Good evening. This is the regular joint meeting of the Oakley City Council acting as the successor agency to the Oakley Redevelopment Agency, Oakley Public Financing Authority. This meeting is called to order at 6:30 p.m. I will now conduct the roll call. Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Councilmember Fuller?
Dr. OG's here.
Councilmember Meadows?
Here.
Vice Mayor Shaw?
Here.
And I am Mayor Anissa Williams. I would now like to invite up our freshly minted U.S. citizen, Carrie Harvey, to please do the Pledge of Allegiance for us. We'll do it with you. Is that
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we are doing 1.3, the award of certificates for the Oakley Leadership Academy.
And Mayor, while you're walking down, I just wanted to explain that this is the first installment of the Leadership Academy since the pandemic, and we had 16 people come through the academy where they learned all aspects of city government. We had a really good, engaged group, a group that was interested in learning about what we do, and I feel like they received a lot of great information and took a lot away from the academy. So we are so happy to present these certificates to them tonight.
All right. Andrea Everidge. The city, and this is actually from Senator Glazer's office. There you go. Yeah, we're going to do pictures. Next, we have Arnaldo Diaz. Next, we have Kathy Jerkowitz. Hiren Patel. Yeah, of course. Jeannie Krieg. He is not here this evening, but we'd still like to recognize Joshua Smith. Carrie Harvey. Also not here today, but we would like to thank Lisa Cano-Loomis for participating. Michaela Matos. Thank you. They're slippery. Got it? In the back, did she get it? Okay. Martha Berry. Exactly. Yeah. And we also have Matthew Berry. Michael Krieg. And not here this evening, Penelope Tackett. Next we have Tasia Dillon. And Timothy Trickle. Yeah, okay. Let me do this. That was a good one. Congratulations. Okay, and Wesley Morgan, who might not be with us in attendance today. Thank you all again for participating. We're so proud of you. If we could have everybody come up for a photo. All the Leadership Academy, and actually, Council, if you want to come down for a photo as well. This down.
Sort of like herding cats.
Oh, you guys are the leadership. You're good at all of this.
I'm a teacher, so I know the shorter
Oh,
ones are
yes,
in front.
exactly. As the short one who's often in front, I also know. You got everybody? The room? Thank you all. Yes, see you soon.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
So smart. Yeah, yes. All right, I'm just staying here since now I have item 1.4, the presentation of proclamations. First, we have Building Safety Month, which will be accepted by Ken Strelo, our Community Development Director. Hello. All right, Building Safety Month, May 2024. Whereas the City of Oakley is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disasters strike. And whereas our confidence is the resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. And whereas these modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local code officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. And whereas Mission Possible, the theme for Building Safety Month 2024, encourages us all to raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Anissa Williams, Mayor of the City of Oakley, along with the members of the Oakley City Council, hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Building Safety Month. Would you like to say a few words? Of course. All right, next we have National Police Week, which will be accepted by Paul Beard, our police chief. All right, National Police Week, May 12th through the 18th, 2024. Whereas there are approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Oakley Police Department. And whereas nearly 60,000 assaults against law enforcement officers are reported each year, resulting in approximately 16,000 injuries. And whereas in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agency of the City of Oakley play an important role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of our community. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas our police department has grown to be a modern and scientific law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides professional law enforcement services. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Anissa Williams, Mayor of the City of Oakley, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize the week of May 12th through the 18th, 2024, as National Police Week in the City of Oakley, and further extend appreciation to all law enforcement for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the community they serve. Oh, photo first, photo first.
So this is National Memorial Week. Tomorrow is actually the Memorial Day for peace officers across the nation. Big events going on in Washington, D.C. right now. We actually have one representative there right now in the form of Lieutenant Roberts. He makes it a family occasion because his son is also a deputy sheriff with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office. So they go back there starting this year. They seem to be going back there every year to commemorate this event for peace officers. Just before coming to this meeting, I issued a memo basically to all members of my department authorizing our flag to be flown at half staff tomorrow for National Memorial Day for peace officers and for mourning ribbons to be worn across our badges. We have actually sustained 3 local losses in the past year, thankfully none for Oakley Police Department. But we lost Oakland Officer Twan Lee, Oakland Officer Jordan Wingate, and a Contra Costa Academy graduate, Tobin Bolter, who actually lost his life in Ada County, Idaho. He transferred from Pleasant Hill PD and was working in Idaho. And just to show how close this community is, I actually have a personal connection to Jordan Wingate. I actually coached him as a footballer back when my son and he were playing football together. So this is not about me. This is not about any particular chief necessarily. This is about the community and the police departments working together and coming together to push back on the evil that faces us all. So thank you for this. Appreciate it.
All right, we will follow that up with National Public Works Week. Kevin Rohani, our Public Works Director, City Engineer. Oh, there. All right, National Public Works Week, May 19th through the 25th, 2024. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Oakley. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation system, public buildings, parks, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Oakley to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their community. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Anissa Williams, Mayor of the City of Oakley, along with the members of the Oakley City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2024, as National Public Works Week in the City of Oakley, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the substantial contributions which public works officials make every day to protect our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life.
Mayor Williams, on behalf of the entire Public Works Department, I'd like to thank you and the council for your ongoing support all through the years. Certainly, we couldn't do our job without your support, and we are very grateful for that. As a part of the National Public Works Week, City of Oakley Public Works is going to hold the open house next Thursday, the 23rd. We have over 200 students from Vintage Parkway School coming to the Civic Center. We're going to put on a program for the kids. Really, it's a very informative project to show them all the services that the Public Works Department does for the community. Certainly you, the council, are more than welcome to attend this program. It's from 9 a.m. to noon, and it'll be right at the Civic Center parking lot. Thank you.
I'd like to take one extra liberty since everybody who received a proclamation today is part of our staff. I would love if we could get a picture with everybody, including the council, if they can make one more trek down here. Sorry. Yeah, I can hear it in a picture together. We'll take your proclamation. Why not? Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks. All right, now moving on to public comments. At this time, public comments will be heard for items not on the agenda. I have public speaker cards submitted. To submit a public comment, please complete a blue speaker card located in the lobby and submit it to the city clerk. The time limit to speak is 3 minutes. The time limit is monitored by the timer located in front of my seat. When 1 minute remains in the timer, it will beep once as a reminder to complete comments before your time expires. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, or other outbursts so that everyone may have an opportunity to be heard. Note that due to provisions of state law, the council may not engage in dialogue regarding comments. Staff can be directed to respond to persons making public comments. All right, our first speaker is Chris Palomo.
Good Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Palomo, and I'm a field rep of the NorCal Carpenters Union at a local 152 in Martinez. I represent all of Contra Costa County. I'd like to first thank you guys for allowing me to speak tonight. Today, I stand before you to discuss an urgent issue affecting our community in Oakley and the surrounding areas: the exploitation of workers by irresponsible contractors and developers in our local projects. These contractors not only undermining the dignity of our hardworking men and women, but they're also compromising the integrity of our development projects. Many of these unrepresented workers who pour concrete, frame buildings, and build the very structures we live and work in are being denied a livable wage. They work long hours under challenging conditions, yet they struggle to make ends meet for themselves and their families. Furthermore, these contractors often fail to provide essential health care benefits, leaving these workers vulnerable and unable to afford medical care when they need it most. Compounding these issues is the widespread practice of misclassifying workers. This misclassification strips workers of the rightful benefits and pay rates they should be receiving. These practices are not only unethical, but they erode the quality of our workforce and ultimately the quality of our developments. It is a disservice to both the workers and the residents of the city who inhabit these buildings. As the leaders of this city, it is your responsibility to make sure that development within our community is both sustainable and ethical. Therefore, I urge you to enact and enforce labor standards that protect our workforce from exploitation and keeping developers and contractors honest. Let Oakley be a city that values not just the bricks and mortars of our buildings, but the hands that build them. Let's ensure that our progress as a city does not come at the cost of our workers' welfare and dignity. I'd love to sit and talk with each and every one of you and show you guys the real crime scenes that are going on out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joey Ogo. Is that right?
Hi, I'm Joey Ogo, and I'm with Be Exceptional Programs. We work with the City of Oakley, providing classes with the Parks and Recs Department. I currently run skateboard department of Be Exceptional and hold lessons at the Creekside Skate Park. I'm here today to ask you guys if you guys could make some improvements at Creekside Skate Park. It is basically, I feel like, unsafe currently. The ground is really rough, and I'm out there trying to teach kids who are just learning, and it's not very smooth. I also have heard several among the skateboard community, Oakley residents, say that they'd rather go to skate parks, Brentwood, Antioch, because of it's a better facility. So yeah, I'm just asking for you guys to make some improvements at the current Creekside Skate Park. Just maybe even repave it. Like it seems to me like the parking lot's a little bit better, and so it's not that friendly. So yeah, please, thank you.
Thank you. At some point, can we get an update on if there's any improvements that are, it doesn't necessarily need to be tonight, but can we get an update on that?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, Alex Menjivar.
So hi, my name is Alex. I'm a new resident of Oakley. I've been living in Oakley for the last, my wife, everyone knows her, friends at Oakley Library. She's awesome. So, coming from New York, we have the best skate parks out there. And because, London knows, we went to New York a week ago, and they have the best skate parks. And then coming to Oakley, I'm like, what can I do for my city? You know, like, I'm living here. We lived in Sacramento for so long. They have the best skate parks out there. New York has the best skate parks. And so living in Oakley, like, what can I do? Like Joey said, like, Creekside, I legit just, for the last couple of weeks, been helping him with, you know, the skate program here at the rec center. That skate park sucks. I call it the cheese grater skate park. Because if you fall, you're going to scrape your arm, whatever. Just being here in Oakley, like, I want to do something for our city. And recently I started working for a skateboard company, and I've been skateboarding for the last 15 years, and working for a skateboard company is like, that's my whole thing. So now, like, being here in Oakley, like, what can I do for my city? Like, legit, what can I do for my city? And skateboarding is my thing, and I want to help. Now that skateboarding is in the Olympics and everything, so like, it kind of sucks when the parking lot has better ground than the actual skate park. So that sucks and so embarrassing because, you know, like, being part of this program, and I'm like, I have kids being like, hey, can I go skate in a parking lot? And I'm like, actually, we can't skate in a parking lot because that's a liability. So it's really embarrassing for the city of Oakley. It's so embarrassing for this parking lot to be a better skate ground than the actual skate park. So yeah, and also I've been seeing on Instagram all of our, it's so embarrassing for us as a city. Like, it's so embarrassing for like sorry, but no, like,
Okay, just wrap up your comments now. Thank you so
but
much.
on Instagram, it's like you see the ground being fixed at the what is it called, the splash, yeah, and then
Next speaker is Loreno Campos.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. My name is Lorena. I'm a resident of Oakley. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to bring to the attention of the City Council the need for repaving the skate park, as you know. I also will be sure to bring this to the request to the attention of the Parks and Rec, as it's their responsibility to take care of the parks. The current condition, as you've heard, is extremely poor. It could be a safety risk. It really brings up a lot of concerns. Many skaters, including myself, I've actually skated in the public parking lots in preference to the skate park. I'm not a pro, but definitely scared of the pavement in the park. It's cracked, it's uneven. These conditions have deterred many from using the skate park altogether. I'm sure you know, like any other park, a skate park is crucial recreational space for many young people and even families in our community. Poor conditions not only compromise safety, but also discourage use. A well-maintained skate park can serve as a vibrant community hub and reflect positively on our city's continued commitment to recreational spaces. So I just hope you consider this request and support the residents in our request to repave the park. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. And last up, we have Bud Chaddock.
Yes, hello, Mayor and City Council. Had a great last week. CSBA, we were able to get someone on the salmon that came up from Santa Cruz named Ben Harris. Took 8 months to get him there. Man's very busy. Has done a lot of restoration as far as getting salmon replenished back into Monterey Bay, other areas. He was telling me also about how the San Joaquin, which is right there, is vital for all California salmon. Vital. A lot of incomes created from it, a lot of jobs. It's just, it's a necessary thing. And we can't keep counting on a lucky year where the McCallamy had a big return. That's the only river that had a good return in the whole state, period. Other ones maybe had 200 to 1,200 salmon return. We've had that much poached in Marsh Creek. Okay, so what does that have to say about the necessity to protect our resource? And I brought this up to Ben. He says it makes a big deal. It's going to have to start being more smaller areas on top of other hatcheries, making a necessary push to guard it, number one. And we've talked about that before. And it just was very encouraging to see him go through the fires in Santa Cruz, lose all but 2 tanks. 2 tanks of salmon survived a hailstorm in Santa Cruz and were released, which is more than we're doing. He recovered that. He, actually had a return working through that. We just have to stop poachers as the first step. He went through fires. He went through everything else and was able to retain and save a little bit. Part of it was luck, but you could see where it was as far as being helpful. And I think we need to do more as far as our local, creek areas, which I brought up before, and water quality as far as keeping it clean as we can. Seeing someone of his caliber come down and talk about it just shows me how much we care about building new parks, for instance. Why, when we're not taking care of a creekside walkway that has a valuable resource that no one cares about anymore. Let it die, in other words. That's what I get out of it. It kind of reminds me of the buffalo disappearance in the United States before there was actual laws that were enforced. And now we have the buffalo as we have them now. I watch a lot of Ken Burns things on that. And it takes local government, state, and federal to work together as long as law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Tiernan.
I just kind of want to, good evening, folks. I want to emphasize what Bud was talking about. I had heard that the homeless were defecating in our waterways, which of course that's a big problem. We did get some people out of a field that was in a waterway closer to Laurel, but you still have people under the Cypress Bridge. And they're not only poaching, they're defecating, they have a whole thing going on down there. And I don't know who is responsible for that. I've called Fish and Game, I've called a bunch of people, but I don't know if you guys can help with that, to chase people out of there, or who I should be calling. If anyone has a suggestion, that'd be great. That's it. Thank you.
That would be Antioch, right? Is that Antioch where it's under the Cypress Bridge? Okay, then go ahead, and the police chief is going to talk to you about it. All right, moving on to item 3, council member comments. Do I have anybody? Councilmember Fuller?
Just a quick question first for clarification. Was the Campos and the friend there talking, Alex and Lorena, about Creekside Park? Yes. Okay, thank you. It was coming across State Park out of the mic, so I appreciate that. And I want to mention to Bud, Mr. Chaddick, I'm getting your messages. I'm sorry I'm behind, but on the messages, but I will get there, and I really appreciate them. So, and incidentally, I do get out to Stockton twice a week, so one of these days I'll have to attend one of the meetings out there. And yes, the San Joaquin River, I've been to the initial, it starts at Mammoth, up at Mammoth Lakes at the Devil's Post Pile, and proceeds from there. So it's a really vital part to California, all the way here, not here. So having said that, my opening remark is I've asked Mr. McMurray, and I'll ask others, that we need to open up our library commissions, the ad hoc committees. I was really impressed the way the Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee worked. Their meetings were posted, they were public, they had an agenda, they had minutes, they came back, and we were very transparent, and I think it was good. I would like to see the same. I'm hearing, well, it's not the right one, or this isn't here. If we need to change the policy or whatever it is, as everybody knows, when I first started sitting up here, I realized ad hoc committees were not a very nice thing. They just went off on their own and said, you don't understand. then Mr. Fuller, and I said, what? And they said, well, 11 years ago, we passed an ordinance and we can do this and that. So I would really like to get in public and where people can see, and if we have to change policies or move something around, but people should really see what's going on. That library is very important to us. It's an intricate part. It's been neglected. We've put out $4 million parking lots, and we're going to have train platforms and rec centers, but we haven't had a library worth it. And it's always sent back, well, if you can get the people to go along, but we need to be the leaders. So I think the people ought to have a chance to come to it, listen, see the minutes when the report comes back. And like I said, I'm very appreciative of what Councilmember Meadows and Councilmember Shaw did. And that's it.
Councilmember Meadows.
So over the last several meetings, we've discussed social media policy. And with that, I've mentioned that I'm very supportive of the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. And we should be able to have the right to say what we want. Council members also. But with that comes responsibility. So I'm referencing Councilmember Fuller's post from several days ago on Nextdoor. I want to make some corrections. First off, it's not the Edward Cinquini Park. His name is Enrico Cinquini and went by Rico. Rico did a lot for this community, was here for many, many years. Started with a drugstore in Oakley Plaza behind us, ended up being a real estate broker for decades at the corner of Del Antico and Main. I was fortunate to have known him as a young kid. I consider him a friend and a mentor. Rico served on the Oakley Knights and Fire Board for many years, served on OMAC. OMAC was the predecessor of City Council, served on OMAC, I believe from day one until it went away June 30th, 1999. I was fortunate to also serve on OMAC with them from sometime in, I think, March of '93 till the end. Rico also served, was a World War II veteran serving in the Marine Corps under General Chesty Puller. He did a lot for Oakley, so let's get the name right. I want to talk about comments about moving monies around. To me, facts matter. I did not introduce any resolution for the Enrico Cinquini Park. The Enrico Cinquini Park is at the northwest corner of Carpenter Rose. Cino Homes started working on that project at least in the 90s, if not before. I worked on it when I was on OMAC. That park was part of the housing project that they were submitting and working on. It was required by, at that time, Contra Costa County. It was not at my doing. Comments that Cypress Road is being defunded. Cypress Road is not being defunded. Actually, in the work session tonight, we're looking at adding, I believe, another $1 million+ to Cypress Road. All 5 of us up here from day one have had a commitment to make improvements to Cypress Road. Or comments in the post about McDonald's and Quick Quack, which I don't really know how they all come together, but I did vote for McDonald's and Quick Quack. Again, I believe in the Constitution. I believe in property rights, and the owners of that property have rights, and the homeowners have rights. It's important. I did believe in it. I did vote for it. We all had that same information too, that we were going to be sued and we would have most likely lost. And it would most likely have cost us millions of dollars. Those millions of dollars wouldn't be going to Cypress Road, potential library, or parks. They'd be paying out the owner of the property. Next thing I'd like to address is Rotary Club of Oakley. It keeps being brought up. I'm a member. There's 3 of us sitting up here that are members. City manager's a member. This last weekend, Rotary Club of Oakley had its 5th anniversary gala. Purpose of the gala is to raise funds for the projects we do in Oakley. We buy dictionaries for 3rd graders. We've painted maps on every elementary school in Oakley. This week, we will be presenting 8 seniors at Freedom High School with $1,000 scholarships. We are taking on the food and toy distribution at Christmas time. So those are some of the things that Oakley Rotary Club do. I don't appreciate having it singled out continually. Why are we being singled out? So facts matter. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 4, consent calendar. Before I ask for anything that needs to be pulled, item 4.14 will be continued, hopefully, to the next meeting. 4.14?
4.1 is pulled?
No, 4.14 will be continued.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
4.14.
4.14
Yes.
is being pulled again.
Okay, besides 4.14, does anybody else have anything they need pulled?
Yes, 4.5, 4.8, 4.10, 4.11, 4.12, 4.13, and that's it.
I would also like to pull item 4.4. All right, seeing no other requests to pull items, do I have a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Okay, we have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Okay, I think I had the first one with 4.4.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 4.4 is our renewal of a contract for the using goats for grazing services in Oakley by Capra Environmental Services. This is a company we've used in the years past. We've been successful doing vegetable management, and we are renewing their contract. Be happy to answer any specific questions.
So I pulled this item just because of the great increase to the cost of it. I realize where we are in the world. I understand costs are increasing, but I did want to call attention to the fact that it increased a huge amount. And more importantly, and I'm sure we have a plan in place, but I know last year there was some issues with sick and dying goats. And so I'm hoping with this big increase in pay that there's a plan for the shepherds to make sure that it's not the school children who are seeing the sick and dying goats. It's a fact of life, it happens, but I don't want people to have to see it on their walk to school if the shepherds should be watching them. So do we have a plan in place now to make sure that something like that doesn't happen?
Yes, actually that episode of a goat who had died, that was about 2 years ago, and we've addressed that. There was some mishap on the part of the shepherd and their operation. That has been addressed. As far as the fee, the cost actually, we negotiate with them to keep the cost in about 1,000 an acre. It's just the sheer volume of grazing that needs to be done. We are also, what we are doing, we are spreading the work among some of the work that we can do with our machinery and some of the work that the goats need to do because of the terrain, it's impossible to get tractors in there to do the mowing. So we're always on any of our maintenance services trying to work the most efficient approach to, again, provide the service needs to be on a timely way. Sometimes on years that we get a very wet winter, we have to bring the goats twice a year because a lot of our fields, the fire department, like any private property owner, right, you notices that you have to do your vegetation monitoring and however you have to do it, whether you bring tractors or goats. And goats is something that's throughout the Bay Area has become very popular. We're not the only municipality who uses goats, but yeah, we've put measures in place and we're trying to certainly keep the costs down as we undertake this process.
Great, and don't think that I remember when Brian Offedal was up here and they said, the fire department said the most efficient way to prevent wildfires is by the animal grazing. I just wanted to have those two things pointed out, so. With that, I will move the item.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, seeing none, 4.4 passes 5-0. I think you were 4.5, Councilmember Fuller?
Yes, I was. I'm glad the Carpenter representative is still here. If you leave his contact info with the clerk, I would appreciate it if it hasn't done so already. The reason I did pull 4.5 does involve a labor issue. I'm interested why our employees cannot be trained to do what Strike Doors is being contracted to do.
What Strike Door does is specialize. It's not just, let's say, fixing a lock on a door. Our gates, we have mechanized gates at our police department, at our public works operation building. These are gates, especially, for instance, at the recreation center, the big curtain wall that separates the two sides of the room. These are highly specialized work that needs to be done. A lot of all the locks and we have at our restrooms at the parks and the mechanism. These are items that, yes, theoretically you could assign a person, but this is it becomes, you got to have one person dedicated to that, and which is one person trying to cover all of the facility services of the town. So from that perspective, we contract some of the more specialized work. The rest of it our in-house staff does.
Again, my question is, why can't one of our employees be trained with this work? Specialized or not. We have electricians, don't we?
Well,
don't we have electricians that have done the apprentice journeyman? We don't have any electricians?
No, we don't have electricians. No, we have our maintenance workers who do more basic maintenance work, and again, whether it's electrical work, some of the more sophisticated HVAC work, those are all contracted out.
I have a problem with that, and I'll say why. Since the 1990s, I've come across this contracting out work, and the reason it became very popular down in at least Southern California, and I think here, it was used as a wedge against the employees that were already employed. In other words, the contract will work for less, with less training, and it kind of makes the docile with the employees that are still working there, not to grade too bang raises, to raise raises, and I don't like it. I believe that our employees could be trained. I don't think 4.4 that anybody's going to be herding goats, but in this one, 4.5, I've seen too many contracts out that I think that is a detriment to our employees, and should be first choice should go to them. And then, if we absolutely have no other way to go, then to contract it out. So I will vote no.
I move approval of item 4.5.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Passes 4-1. Okay, item 4.8, we do have a public comment on this, so do you want to give us your little piece and then I'll have the public commenter come up, or do you want the public commenter to come up first?
As you wish, Mayor, I can.
Does anybody have a preference? Public? Yeah, okay. Can we have Bud Chaddick come up for this portion? 4.8.
Kind of hope to hear a little more from him.
Oh, we can do it after.
Because I think that's what he's here for, to teach us this stuff a little more, maybe get some of these discrepancies in my mind about it, make them disappear or not, but I've read a few things, but I mean, I'd like to hear them.
Okay, we can change the order then.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we have with you the what we call the 2024 Oakley Regional Park Master Plan. This plan, as the council aware, we started developing of this plan back in last year through multiple rounds of community meeting outreach, which was attended by the council. We solicited input from the community and all stakeholders on what this future park should look like. As some of you may remember, we have done 2 rounds of master planning on this project from 2016 to now. And as things change, the priority changed, the council changed, especially now that we have the strategic goal 27 plus, and we want to make sure this master plan is current with the wishes of the council and community of this time and day. So throughout last year, we worked diligently. Again, was a tremendous amount of outreach was done to solicit input and try to craft a new master plan that not only fits the vision of the council and something that we can use to fundraise and pursue grant funding into the future. Also, one of the key features of this master plan that's before you tonight for approval is its uniqueness. The prior master plans, even though it was very robust and complete, it was more of a kind of a traditional park with park amenities, parking lots, playgrounds, fields, things of that nature. Throughout last year, we worked with all the stakeholders. The consensus was we want this master plan to be something unique. So we added components that ultimately was approved and agreed upon by the council, was features such as camping, more fishing, more active recreational features to the facility, which certainly is unique, would draw a lot of new customers and clienteles to Oakley. We want this park to be really a destination. So as a result, the finished product is what you see with you tonight. Still has some of the more traditional park component, but has some things that are very unique to Oakley that we don't have it right now. And if once this park gets built, I think staff's feeling is that this will draw a lot of new visitors to Oakley, which is good at many levels. A lot of the development, housing development along East Cypress Road, those folks who buy those houses are eagerly waiting to see this park built, as we had worked them through the number of years on housing construction and engagement with the public at our parks at Cypress Grove, Emerson Ranch, Delaney Park, and beyond. They're all, when is this park going to get built? So we feel this is really a special park once we can get funding for it and build it for the community with its features. That's my report.
All right, I'll turn it to you. Do you want to come up here, or do you want the council to? Okay, perfect.
Again, thank you for having me here. Pretty much what he said was kind of what I read. But again, it's based on getting grant funds. It's also, the thing that gets me now is we have bad enough problems down there with the roads and whatnot, everything. I want stuff like that, don't get me wrong. And then I hear him say fishing. I'm trying to protect some fishing down here, something that's been here 10,000 years. We're trying to put something else in, and we haven't even fixed something that's existing. That I have a rough time when I hear it. I mean, I understand the need and the want for it. But for me to hear that, it's just, Who's gonna clean up the campgrounds? What kind of a large group is gonna have to keep that up when we got people doing the things we got underneath Cypress Bridge? And that can't even get handled. Now we're talking about something on a grand scheme. There's gotta be a lot of money. These developers gotta start putting a lot of money in this, if that's the case. They're just gonna have to empty their pockets a bit. Because what I'm seeing here on some of these little local things that I deal with and try to help and fix in small ways, there's nothing given there and it's already a problem. So, you know, I like the idea of a park. I like this. I heard something about overnight staying, I think I read. You know, kind of like a deal over the bridge here. I'm trying to think of the name of it. That's over the bridge. That was also closed because of money and funding, but then just got reopened, is Brandon Island. So that, it seems similar to that in some respects, and that is having problems at times. So that's my worry there. I'm all for some nice things, but we got these roads that are choked already. I mean, what is this gonna be, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years? I'd like to see our creek get cleaned up in 2 years. Okay, that's already a problem. That, you know, so I mean, when I hear these things and the money and this and that and asking for grants, we spent, what was it, $400,000 on this fish ladder up here that's useless, that's on Marsh Creek. 400 grand, so many years ago. The fish can't even get up it. There's not enough water. Why? Because we keep taking more. And now all this stuff about shipping water down south again, or sweet water on top of it. So to me, seeing this, yes, it sounds new, exciting, fresh, good, but there's a lot of things that we haven't fixed that we already have. And I really look at that as, you know, if you got a wound, you gotta put something on it and put a Band-Aid over it till it heals. We haven't even put a Band-Aid on some of the stuff that we have right now. That's kind of how I look at it. So taking on something that's huge like this, yeah, I'd like to see a lot of money up front. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Fuller, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, I just had two simple questions. I believe they're simple. We started out with, years ago, with the regional park, and then we moved to a 55-acre park, and now we're back to a regional park. Why the change of the name all the time?
It is
Not all the time, but.
It is all the same, Dr. Fuller. We, at some point, we should come up with a name that everybody likes. It's been called, it's 55-acre park because it's 55 acres. We've called it regional park for the longest time, but really does not have an official name like some of our other parks or facilities. So it's still, again, we call it regional park because that's the default name right now. But ultimately, once it's funded and built, we will have to come up with a name for it that the council likes.
Okay, the other question was, in reading it, in reading the description and reading all 78 pages and going through it, there were terms that, well, this isn't really an approval, or they can change it later, or maybe not, or yes, this is approval. And so for the matter of the record, are we approving this item without any further, we didn't mean that? In other words, we mean to be approving this item.
Correct. And Dr. Fuller, as you recall, maybe 2 years ago, after the creation of the Oakley Strategic Plan 27 Plus, one of the items about this park and the master plan, there was someone on the council who said, well, we like this part of it, we don't like that part of it. It was a collective decision. Let's do a new master plan that, again, brings in alignment with what the new strategic plan is and the new council members' new perspective. So we walked down this path. You were, all the councils was involved in that process. And tonight what we have with you is the last final option that we presented at our last public meeting and had the general support for the council. So yeah, our goal is if the wishes of the council, this item is approved, we will use this for assortment of grant funding and fundraising opportunities. This project, as we all know, is not going to get built overnight, is not going to build as one project. It's a large project, and no matter this version of it or the prior version, it would have to be built in phases. As we get grant funding, we build, and we have structured it that way. It's just mass and scale and reality. So it would be built over the years as we secure funding. We have partners through the state that we have worked with in the past, we plan to work with in the future. We have our grant funding consultant that's actively working for opportunities to grant fund on this project. We are working with the State Department of Water Resources, our neighbor adjacent to this project, which they did the marsh restoration. And we have trails that they have trails, we have trails that ultimately from connectivity. So there's a lot of synergy that's going to take place at this site, but we needed to have a plan that we can use, kind of like our library program. This is the library vision. Now let's go find the funding for it.
Thank you, and I will move approval of the item.
We have some other council members who want to make comments. Vice Mayor Shaw?
Staff knows I wasn't a fan of this being on consent. I feel like we should have had an opportunity to see the whole plan. It's just something I've talked about. I just want to put that out there. A couple of the things that I want to talk about are talking about Cypress Road. This is going to be a long process to build this park, so Cypress will be done before this even goes into effect. I want to put that out there. I send grant stuff to staff on a regular basis every time I see it, hoping that we can get grants for this. And I know we need to have this master plan in place so we can start doing those grants and stuff. I want to talk about the phases. I don't love which phase. They can be adjusted, right? Like if this moves forward, we can maybe do the skate park and the pump track and the things that are very exciting in this that people are asking for. But I know as a whole, the site is not safe. So I would love to see if this is approved so we can start trying to get grants. What can we do to get the site safe? Maybe have it as an open space with trailheads so we can start kind of getting an idea of what the utilization is going to be. Like, can we start seeing something? Can we start getting the trails linked? And it's just kind of something, I talked to Josh a little bit about it. And I'm not 100% fan, you guys all know, of the overnight camping. I'm still looking into that. Can we, for those that are wanting to know who's going to maintain it, the idea is, right, somebody would be managing it. If it's an overnight campground, it's going to be paid camping, so we wouldn't necessarily have to burden the staff, and also concerns about the homeless going in there. So can we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, not to take it away from Kevin, but in terms of phasing, the phasing I think will be dictated by the funding that's available. And just to address the public comment earlier, we got to have a plan. We got to have a plan first in order to apply for funding. So, this is the first step. And, I know the issue around Marsh Creek is very sensitive to you as a resident here. There are a lot of issues that are sensitive to a lot of residents. And we still have to move forward with roadway projects and park construction and facilities and programs. And we need a plan in place. And I think the council has made a very courageous step to change, a vision for something that has been in place for some time to take advantage of a resource that we have no direct access to right now as a city. And in order to build a base here centered around tourism and boating and fishing and water sports and active recreation around the Delta, we need a site that we can call home that we have control of. And there are many aspects of this plan that I think appeal to many different portions of our community. And to go back on the plan itself and the phasing, yes, we can adjust the phasing as it becomes available. There are many aspects to this plan that can be licensed. The city isn't really in the campground business, but there are folks out there that are, that we would seek to partner with to help run the facility. The same with the launch ramp. There's ability to license, which takes the liability and the operation away from the city and puts it on the operator. And that is what we would be looking for at this facility, a combination of both public and also public or private investment and partnership. So there are a lot of things to be, I think, discussed in the future. Per Councilmember Fuller's comment about accepting or approval, yes, we are asking you to approve the plan, but there are more approvals that will come, that are going to be needed, that will come before you in terms of environmental clearances, final design. This is a concept. So this is the first step, but we'll have many more steps along the way, and we're happy to answer any more questions you have.
Thank you. I am very excited about the water aspect. Oakley is pretty park rich, but having this type of park is going to be unique. And going through it, again, the skate park and the pump track and all these things that the residents are asking for, I'm really happy to see that we went this direction. And if that means camping, then I will go with it. But I am happy with the design. I just would love to see in the future, later down the date, how we can access it.
I would also like to, express that I was not happy about it being on a consent item. I understand the reason for it. I probably would have liked to see just a final work session presentation, just so that, because it was a surprise to me that the pump track and the skate park had made it into it. I was very excited about that, but it was a surprise. And the only other thing that I have a question, when we were doing all of the work sessions, I don't remember that number ever being thrown around with how much it's gonna be. And I fully understand we're going out for grants and all of that stuff. That number, just knowing what we're going through right now with the library, the number was kind of daunting to me because it almost felt like it was unattainable, because let's be real, the city does not have the resources to do that. So I think, and obviously it's a multi-year, but construction costs go up every year, so that number would probably go up every year. So I think that's just the thing that made me pause. Obviously, we're talking about licensing different portions of it, right? So we'll recoup some of those costs, I'm guessing, right? Like if a campground operator, they're gonna have to, it's a business, they're gonna have to pay just like anybody else. But I love the plan, I love the idea. I just wanna make sure that, I think I originally brought the item forward because we were getting so many complaints about the polo fields and and it didn't feel like it was ever gonna happen, and I just don't want this to also be something that's never gonna happen. So if we could get some reassurances that we have a good deal of confidence on that, that would make me feel a little bit better about approving this.
Well, I can't say with 100% confidence that we're going to be able to find all the funding necessary. This is a very expensive project. I think we're going to do our best. I think we have a great team assembled to find funding. When you start talking about licensing and property and development, there are things that we have not considered with this park that we can explore. Such as a public-private partnership, the same kind of arrangement we're trying to pursue with the library. So there are things that we can explore that we haven't yet. But you are very correct. This is a very expensive project. But again, we don't know what we can get until we have a plan. And we were unsuccessful 2 times on the previous plan, trying to find grant money. This project has aspects that are appealing to different kinds of grants, so it opens the door for us. We have yet to, because we don't have a plan adopted, we've yet to engage our state and federal representation as well to see what they can do in terms of offering support. So I think, what I would say is if it's the pleasure of the council to move forward with adopting this plan, we will then, leave no stone unturned. We are going to try our very best to fund this in some more near term than obviously, many, many years down the road.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved, as presented today for approval.
Okay, so we have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, passes 5-0. All right, 4.10, I believe, was also you, Councilmember Fuller?
Yes, I pulled 4.10 for the same reason as before. I I guess you're going to tell me that our employees can't be trained about tree lighting maintenance, and I'm a little bit skeptical on that one.
Again, Dr. Fuller, we try to provide the best service at the best cost. Let's say for tree lighting and holiday lighting, we have our employees, public works staff, put up all of the holiday lighting in the Civic Center campus. This company, Pacific Display, that provides the service for just about many other municipalities in the Bay Area, from our neighboring city down just south of us, takes care of the trees along Main Street. We get vandalism, we get an assortment of issues with folks vandalizing the tree lights, where they have to come and restring the tree. So again, we do some of it, they do some of it. I'm trying to utilize our resources, deploy them as the most efficient way possible. There is so many, for a community of this size, I think the members of the Leadership Academy, when we presented the gamut of services that Public Works does with the resources we have, it's quite eye-opening. Now, yes, there are much larger cities that they have hundreds of employees and they do everything under the sun. We're not that type of city. We're never going to be that type of city, just because of the reality of the matter. So we're trying to use a combination of resources, in-house resources and our contract supports, to get the job done.
Yes, I'm aware of the lean and mean, and that was the first thing I wanted to disappear on the dais. I've heard how with our employees we were lean and mean, and I went through the training as a new council member, and they said, well, then Mr. Fuller, Council Member Fuller, you don't have to worry about, none of our employees will ever have idle time. We move them around, we fill in, they're worked out of classification, but we're worked in. And I gotta admit, that bothered me somewhat, being a public servant for, I don't know, over 60 years, I guess. But, so that bothered me, because it assumes that people that are working, workers, are goofing off. And trust me, in those 60 years, I wasn't goofing off. So during that time, I'm not convinced at this time that our employees couldn't be trained and gain. We both would gain. We have a good engineer who can institute a training program in Public Works and get it there. And if you were to come back and say we tried everything, but we couldn't get it there, then maybe. But I was impressed. I drove by here numerous times when you were getting Christmas ready, or the Christmas decorations up, and I saw our park ranger up on a ladder on the top of, basically on top of the city hall, and I saw other people running around, and they were very dedicated and very much involved. And I think that if we could expand that, it'd be good. So I'll vote no on this one also.
Mayor, I need to say something. If anybody thinks that any of the employees of Public Works Department is goofing off, I will welcome them to come and work with us one day. So the amount of work that we do, again, I'm very proud of our team, and we do such a diverse amount of work. So, the typical government employee, whatever that definition is or was, certainly isn't what we do here. So I just don't want that persona be associated with anybody regarding Oakley Public Works. To your point, Dr. Fuller, yes, when we set up the holiday decoration at Civic Center, our entire maintenance team, everybody, was here for a number of days where we couldn't do anything else just to put up those lights. I could have contracted all of that light, and we priced that. That was over $20,000. So I said, well, no, we do this ourselves. We constantly adjust our schedule, our workload, how we deploy our resources, trying to provide a good product at a good price. It would be very easy, let's just contract everything under the sun. But again, because of the volume of work, we try to be smart about it and deploy resources with some contract support.
Well, thank you.
A question of clarification. So this item, unlike the earlier one, with strike doors. So that one is specifically because we don't have that specialized labor, correct? This one is, you just don't have enough bodies to get all the work done, right? So some of it has to be,
It's not just the fact of a number of bodies. Again, it's the volume issue. For many of these, let's say, as Dr. Fuller said, if we send people to get trained, specialized for every bit of highly technical maintenance services, there is mundane work that needs to be done, simple stuff. That takes time, and this shuffle that we do every day to make sure we cover all of the simple stuff from changing a light bulb to the HVAC not working to more complicated mechanized machinery who are not working. So we're trying to, again, utilize our resources to the best way possible. This company, for instance, what they do, we bring them twice a year, especially during the holidays, to restring the lights, because this past week we've been paving Main Street. If you've been there at night, I've been there, we've kind of inventoried an assortment of things that at night we have certain clienteles who come and do damage to our infrastructure. So we have to come and restring these things. Not only they break the tree limb, but they really rip the lights out of the tree. That takes time from our other stuff. So as a part of this whole thing, I'm looking at it, what's the best efficient way to get this thing done while be able to take care of the other maintenance services we need.
thank you. All right, do I have anybody who wants to move approval of this item?
I move approval of 4.10.
Okay, I have a first
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Okay, 4-1. All right, Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, on 411, the same thing on 4.12, but this is de novo putting further Summer Lake North in there. I noticed, and I've asked about, there are no affordable units, but the actual completion of the design of the area that was going forward will contain 20% of affordable deeded property, as I understand it.
I'll jump in there. On both these projects, 4.11 and 4.12, they do not have any affordable components associated with those units constructed. We received 6 builder remedy applications, which you're aware of, and we've discussed on numerous occasions. Those contain the 20% affordable units, not part of this project.
Right. That's what I'm asking. By the time it's completed, I don't know the actual vernacular, but
I would say
all the people moved in will have that, right?
By the time the entire Summer Lake North subdivision is completed, yes.
Okay, then I'll move both items, 411 and 412.
Second.
Sorry, I wanted a point of discussion, sorry. I just want to point out a little bit of the history of both of these items. So these aren't new items that are being brought to us, right? These are existings. The history of entitlements go back 15 years or so. So, I know anytime we have building out on Cypress, people have questions about it. And sort of my follow-up to that is, do we anticipate much of the build done before the completion of Cypress Road?
Okay, good point, Mayor. Summer Lake North is a large subdivision, as you know, at the intersection of Bethel Island Road and East Cypress. In its current form, has over 820 homes slated across the subdivision, and there are multiple villages. What's approval for tonight is Village 1 and 2. The de novo homes plan to start building these things. This will take a number of years. By the time Summer Lake North fully gets constructed, we will have East Cypress Road completed and done with, and years that would have passed by. So yeah, this is just the first phase of their development. It will take multiple years. These are, again, 800 houses. It cannot be done over 2-3 years. So this will span a number of years, and yes, and and as you have heard in my previous presentation about East Cypress, and next week as a part of the presentation of the CIP, you hear more in depth about all the work we're doing on East Cypress Road.
Great, thank you. I just think it's important to note that. So now first and second still stands? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, seeing none, both pass five. Is that okay? Point of clarification that we did 411 and 412 it together? Okay, perfect. Okay, so both pass 5-0. Next, we have 4.13, and Councilmember Fuller.
I just want to say to Mr. Gorman, thank you very much. I was highly impressed with your report. Very detailed and easy to follow, and we've done magnificent things as you explained in there. So if nobody else has any questions, then I will, or statements or comments, I will move the item as presented.
I have a question, comment, or maybe for the next time we do this. I know I discussed with Josh several questions that I had just on like the general nature of the statements, right? Just for instance, one of them talked about streamlining processes so that we get, it's item 5.3B if anyone wants to follow along. But it was talking about streamlining and getting an increase in licensing, specifically business license. And then there was a follow-up one that was talking about streamlining and then increase in development and permit applications. I would just like to see real numbers. I mean, obviously for the business licenses one, that one's like a little bit tougher, right? It's hard to quantify if the streamlining did that. But I think we could at least report on, you know, for instance, 5.2B, there it talked about ADUs, right? And how we have these plans. And I know that hasn't been the roaring success that we had kind of hoped they would be, but I would just like if we could put some real numbers behind some of these, like more general statements, just so that we have something to refer back to instead of it just being like, we're doing it, which is great, and we are, but I just like the numbers, so data matters just like facts matter, right? All right, so that was it for me. Does anybody want to move this item?
I'll move as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, seeing none, this item passes. Oh my gosh, are we out of consent calendar now? I think we might be. Okay. All right. We are moving on to item 5, public hearing. So 5.1, Planning Area 6-H, Subdivision 9636, East Cypress Corridor, Specific Plan, Tentative Map 1-23, request for approval of a vesting tentative map to subdivide 16.5 acres into 89 single-family residential lots, APNs 032-082-010 and 032-082-011. This will be presented by Ken Strelo, our Community Development Director.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. We have a PowerPoint presentation to help guide us through the staff report and give a short summary of the project in front of the council tonight. So this project is located near Summer Lake North, one of the projects that was just being discussed during the consent calendar, and it is on Bethel Island Road. The red line shown up on the map there, that signifies the city limit line. So this is the East Cypress Corridor Specific Plan area. And just to orient everyone, on the right side of the line is Sand Mound Boulevard, and Sand Mound Slough is the waterway there. There's a close-up of the project site. Just to the north of it is a dry dock, or a dry boat storage facility that is also within the city of Oakley. And the requested entitlement before you tonight is for approval of a tentative map. It's subdivision number 9636. And our application number is TM01-23. And there's 16.5 acres on this property, or these two parcels. And the request is to subdivide those into 89 single-family residential lots. Minimum lot size of 2,605 square feet with an average of 3,024 square feet. The location on Bethel Island Road is it's just under a mile north of the intersection of Bethel Island and East Cypress Road. There is an undeveloped site directly to the south. There is an approved tentative map, which is part of the Grand Cypress Preserve directly to the west. And then across Bethel Island Road, further to the east, is the entitled Summer Lake North subdivision. The general plan is zone specific plan. It's part of the East Cypress Corridor specific plan area. And the zoning is SP-1. That 1 is a signifier for the East Cypress Corridor specific plan. There has been some previous entitlements on this property. Back in 2012, there was a tentative parcel map done, and that subdivided the 2 parcels that are proposed on this project into 4. At that time, there was no residential subdivision. There was also a development agreement done for the project site, and that included a couple of different development scenarios. One of them was for 23 single-family residential units, or up to 196 affordable multifamily residential units per an option that's available and written into the East Cypress Corridor specific plan. The target units, if you look through the specific plan, and this is a good time to explain really quickly, the 6H, the planning area 6H, the specific plan is divided up into several planning areas. The first 5 are sort of master planned areas: Summer Lake South, Summer Lake North, and all of the developments in the Grand Cypress Preserve. Planning Area 6 is made up of more individual property owners that didn't necessarily have master plans worked into the specific plan. So each of those has a letter to further signify and divide them. This one is 6H. And it had a number of target units associated with it of 36. The specific plan does allow for a transfer of density, is what it's called, between different planning areas if a loss of density is due to an environmental constraint. The Grand Cypress Preserve, which has land west of Bethel Island Road and north and south of East Cypress Road, was responsible for building the now existing wetland restoration project out there. And it's on the far northern end of the Grand Cypress Preserve, between Jersey Island Road, Bethel Island Road, and south of the properties along Dutch Slough Road. That was a 256-acre wetland. It is now existing. You can go out there, drive down Jersey Island and see it. And because of that, 54 units were taken out of their approvals, their previous approvals. So they're requesting to transfer 53 of those units to this project site. So the 36 and the 53 is where we get the 89 units proposed. There was a planning commission held on April 2nd. We did receive questions from the planning commission. There were no public comments. Staff was able to address both questions, which one of them had to do with the Native American consultation. We did receive questions on that. The East Cypress Corridor specific plan went through a full environmental impact report, supplemental impact report, and a revised environment, and those two became the revised. That includes mitigation for cultural resources. That was communicated to those interested tribes. They were satisfied with that. The other one was on the sequencing of building the perimeter levee, and also how levees and parks would tie into the future park, which was just previously discussed, as well as the Dutch Slough Tidal Wetland Restoration Project done by DWR, or the Department of Water Resources, further to the west. And staff explained how everything there is tied in. As stated before, no public comments were received, and the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending the City Council adopt the project by a vote of 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 absent. The color map over there kind of shows the different areas. The yellow area on the bottom of the map is a privately maintained drainage area. It will help collect stormwater from the roadway, treat and discharge that stormwater. The purple area is essentially the levee. That is where the levee will cross over from the right side, Bethel Island Road, and continue to the west along between the wetland and the future development to the west, and then eventually make its way to Jersey Island Road, where it heads south to East Cypress Road. The turquoise or teal color are privately maintained streets, parking areas, and sort of common landscaped areas within the subdivision that would be maintained by an HOA. And then the salmon color, I guess, is future public right-of-way. So that would be a portion of Bethel Island Road you're seeing on the right, and then the entry street, which will connect to more of the development further west in the future. This is just a illustrative landscape plan of what the project could look like with street trees along Bethel Island Road. And here we see a close-up of what the divided Street A is what it's called, or Street A, I can't read that up there, I'm sorry, but Street X, thank you. Street A is the little entry one. So Street X goes along the front, and that would be a divided, 2 20-foot divided lanes with landscaping in the median and on both sides, as well as sidewalks. There's 68 trees proposed. Again, these are illustrative site plans. Once utilities are worked in and things may shift a little bit. And then along Bethel Island Road, similar, this will have a sidewalk that's separated from Bethel Island Road by a parkway strip with trees, thereby hopefully protecting future pedestrians a little more than just having a monolithic sidewalk. This also has a secondary emergency vehicle access just north of the Street X entry you can see there on the right, and a pedestrian and ADA accessibility on the northern end, which can connect to the project and ultimately to the top of Levee Trail. As far as environmental compliance, briefly mentioned earlier, this project is part of the East Cypress Corridor Specific Plan, which has a certified environmental impact report, the number of units, all the traffic, everything that this project would create has already been analyzed and mitigated for in that environmental impact report. Therefore, the way that this project can be approved under that is that environmental impact report is referenced. All of the mitigation measures that are adopted that could potentially be applicable to this project would apply, and any development would be subject to those mitigation measures. This project is also compliant with the Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Community Conservation Plan, colloquially known as the HCP. And this project is, again, part of the Grand Cypress Preserve, and the developers of the Grand Cypress Preserve have a take authorization agreement, is what it's called, with the HCP. The city's a part of that agreement, as well as a wildlife agency and wetland, I guess it'd be a wetland maintenance agency, although they may be changing that entity. But essentially, they've agreed to pay impact fees towards the HCP as they develop different portions of the project. As far as the analysis, there's two changes that have come up. We recently heard from our waste collection franchisee, MDRR, Mount Diablo Resource Recovery, and they had some questions about, will the cans be placed on the right side of the road? We don't have the answers to that yet. So we've talked to the applicant. They've agreed to adding a condition that essentially just ensures this is brought to the attention of any future planner or future whoever that's looking through this resolution to make sure the developer, applicant, or the future HOA, whoever's running things at that time, meet with MDRR, make sure that however they need that collection to be set up, they can accommodate that, and they have agreed to that condition. The other one is more of a statement. This changes nothing as to what's being proposed, and it's just to point out in the list of impact fees at the end of the resolution that there is an agreement and then a superseding agreement that's in place between the city and the owner of this property, and they just wanted to point out that some of those impact fees may be changed due to that agreement, or that agreement may have already changed those fees. And rather than try to plug all the details of the agreement into the reso, it's easier for us to just reference that agreement and call attention to it. With that being said, staff's analysis is in the staff report. All of the required findings are included in the proposed resolution for approval. This slide just gives a summary of all of those: the site suitability, compliance with CEQA, the lack of physical constraints, and so on. And again, this project will include right-of-way dedication, which will ultimately lead to the connection between Bethel Island Road and the development further west, and that will eventually also connect to Jersey Island Road and East Cypress Road. These are just things that we like to point out You've probably seen this in a lot of your staff reports lately. It's something new that we do, and we like doing it. It kind of ties everything together. And that is that the project and the act of going through all of these public hearings with Plan Commission and City Council is consistent with the city's strategic plan 27 plus. Also, no fiscal impact associated with this approval or proposed approval. This is a developer-funded account. All of the staff, time and materials, cost of copies, postage, et cetera, is charged to the developer. And finally, the staff recommendation is for approval of the project as conditioned with the addition of those two recommended changes. I know the applicant is here. They are here in the audience, and staff is available for questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions from the City Council? Councilmember Fuller?
Yes, in reviewing it and discussing it actually with Mr. McMurray, I did not see affordable housing there, especially deedable affordable housing. I understand that there's going to be senior units in the location, but my understanding they're going to be rather pricey, constricted senior units. From my understanding, they'll be somewhat like a gated one, and God bless you if you have anybody under 55 years old, because the HOA will be at your doorstep. So I'm curious how we're going to make our affordable housing needs within that unit as it's presented.
This project is not proposed for any affordability component. The affordable, I don't know if it goes back to the development agreement that gave the option for up to 196 affordable units, but this would be a different project than what that agreement had in place. So these are single family, they're on small lots, and they're all market rate to the best of my knowledge. There has been no proposal for any sort of density increase or affordability component.
Can we add that as a requirement if we approve it?
I would want to hear from the applicant on that, if that is something that's feasible. And I mean, yeah, the council can add that, but if they don't agree to it, then we could run into issues there. So I would ask first for them to come up, talk to you about the feasibility of affordability on this project, and at least let the council hear their opinions on it.
Councilmember Meadows?
I'd just like to respond to Councilmember Fuller's comment on affordability. I mean, it might not have affordability component, but these homes are going to be at the lower price point within our subdivisions in Oakley, based on lot size.
All right. Will the applicant speak when we open the public hearing, or would they like to come up to speak now?
You could have them speak now to the council and then open the public hearing.
Yeah, that sounds great. If we could have the applicant come up to speak, that would be perfect.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Owen Poole, representative for the applicant. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Ken. That was very thorough and really a very good explanation of the project. I would say to you that it was brought up that we had a previous map on this project, and the previous map had 4 pieces. One piece was the levee at the top. Second piece was the roadway to the south. Third piece was Bethel Island Road. And then the fourth piece was the development envelope in the middle. And this was the last piece of property acquired. And the primary reason to acquire it was to make sure that we could complete the perimeter levee around the entire property. And this current application is really a response to the alignment of Bethel Island Road with Summer Lake North to the east. That's what this is about. This application was one in which we sat down with Public Works and we sat down with planning, and we worked very closely to align this edge so that when Summer Lakes North is finished, we have a project that marries to it and is able to complete the levee. So that's the first reason we have this application before you. The second reason we have this application before you is because we did lose an awful lot of housing units because of environmental constraints on the property to the west. And as has been pointed out to you, you know, we've built the Northern Preserve. That was a $4.5 million expense to build that preserve, and it's now been accepted and approved by the HCP and is functioning. But you know, in order to do that preserve properly, we voluntarily gave away a lot of units so that we could make it happen. And I'm personally very, very pleased that that's there. Really am happy about that. From day one with this project, we've never had affordable housing. It was never part of this deal, and I will tell you, and Mr. Meadows will probably recall this, that when Rico and Cinquini was on the MAC, you know, and one of the reasons the city of Oakley was created was the city was tired of being the dumping ground for all of Contra Costa County's affordable housing. So when we came in and did this project, at the beginning, it was like, how can we build a project here? This is a very expensive endeavor. How can we do this in a way that develops the east side of Cypress Road for the city of Oakley? And so, you know, through that whole process from day one, there was never, ever any discussion of affordable component here. If there had been affordable component here, this project would never have happened. It just wouldn't have penciled. It just wouldn't have been feasible. So what we're doing today with it is we're trying to come up with a variety of housing types, a variety of sizes, so that it is as affordable as is possible. You know, and I will point out to you, I do have a son that lives here in Oakley. And, you know, I am really sensitive to the fact that housing is expensive. I do understand that. And that said, that's not on the table with this project. What's on the table here is trying to capture some units that we lost through environmental constraints, which are allowed in the mechanism of the specific plan, and responding to the East Cypress Corridor's new alignment with Bethel Island Road and Sandmound. So if you've got any questions for me, I'm here. I think Mr. Strelo covered it very well.
Do any members of the council have questions? Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, let me ask it this way. You built the preserve to meet the EPA or
Pardon me?
meet the environmental requirements. You funded the reserve and forfeited 54 houses, as I understand it, or 54 units, which I very much appreciate that you did, that it went through. My concern is that, yes, I can understand there was no affordable housing. I've sat in this chamber before I was even here, and the housing went through, and nobody ever mentioned it, and we all are faced with with a changing world, and that's just the way it is. We have an obligation, be it any way to look at it, to meet affordable housing requirements, even if we're opposed, because somebody else is going to step in and do it for us if we don't. However, having said that, and I'll come back to the discussion, but having said that, I understand about connecting the levee and eventually the hill that would go over the levee and all that that's going to be built.
Well, the roadway itself will actually elevate to be part of the levee.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, in other words, I don't know how you're going to elevate it, but that's what I've heard is a hill. That I can accept that the units that you forfeited would be acceptable exchange for affordable housing to recoup your investment on the one, so I can go there. I will say, I will be looking, I'm sure others will be looking as more projects come forward, even though they weren't discussed before. But yes, all the projects weren't. It just wasn't there, and now it is. So that's where we are. But based on that, I can accept your unit along with what you've done with the preserve north of it.
Councilmember Meadows?
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment while you're standing there, Mr. Poole. I don't like the layout. It looks like the same as down off of Oakley Road. I didn't like that layout. I'll most likely vote for this one because of its own residential, unlike that one. But I wouldn't bring back any other layouts like this. I think it's terrible, especially long-term. I do not like it.
Okay.
I have a question just for funsies. I'm sure it hasn't penciled out yet, right? Because no construction, but what do you anticipate the selling price for these are going to be?
I have no idea at this point what that would be. I really don't know. That's one of the reasons we've tried to make them small. We're trying to, hopefully this can be as affordable as is possible.
Okay, and then I did have a question on the layout as well. They're proposed to have garages, and then that was just extra parking that was underneath, or driveways or whatever, but there was an extra parking for visitors or whatever, I'm guessing. Is that what that picture was?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Anybody up here? Okay, I guess we will now open the public hearing. I do not have any public comment cards on this, but if anybody would like to speak, now is the time. All right, seeing nothing, I will close the public hearing and have the council please deliberate. No discussion. Okay, Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, just if we approve this tentative map, are we required to accept the same and keep it the same, or can we have another map brought forward?
So the question is, if you approve this tentative map, I just want to make sure I understood. Are you required to accept it, or can you make changes moving forward? The city could not require, if this is approved, then this map is, the entitlement is good. As long as they take action, implement all of the conditions of approval required prior to filing a final map. Once the final map comes forward, there's really not any more chances to add discretionary conditions and so forth. If they check the boxes off, that final map should be approved by the council and ultimately recorded with the county. What would still need to come forward, though, is architecture, so design review. Now that would go to the Planning Commission, just to be clear, and that would be for house architecture, square footage, sizes, that sort of thing.
Okay, Thank you. I passed by, I won't say which project, but it's going up, but it's similar to this, and I agree with Councilmember Meadows. It makes me shudder. It reminds me of military housing and ones that they put the enlisted in and rather close together and crowded, and it doesn't look pleasant. It doesn't look like it's pleasant to drive in, but again, if modifications could be made, I would, it would be nice to see it, so.
Councilmember Meadows?
Just to answer your question, my guesstimate on price point, if it was built today, would probably be in the high sixes, low sevens.
Just because I'm continuing to ask this question when we're doing any builds out there, the likelihood of anything being built before East Cypress Road is complete is pretty slim, correct?
Yeah, I mean, nothing can really be built out there until the perimeter levee is complete as well. There's so many moving parts with the East Cypress Corridor Specific Plan, all of the developments out there. Sorry about that. And that is one of the reasons why, you know, staff is pushing so hard on some of these projects that we're working on our end, such as to start East Cypress Road improvements and so forth. But yeah, the perimeter levee is a requirement. I mean, grading, things like that, but structures could not be built or occupied until that's done. And that's a ways off.
Okay, any more deliberation? We kind of need a consensus over here. So anybody else have anything to add? I hate that price point. Nobody's surprised by that. 3,000 square feet for $600,000 to $700,000 is more than our average resident can afford. And
These houses probably won't be 3,000 plus square feet.
no, sorry, the lots. I'm so sorry, the
Okay.
lot size. That being said, I do appreciate a variety of housing, and I know that Grand Cypress, there's a lot of different units that are being proposed throughout the whole thing. I'm just not a fan of more and more single family. That's all we have out here, and these are just so tiny, and to have that price point is just crazy to me. Councilmember Meadows.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, Josh or Kim, but I mean, we're looking at $90,000 in fees before they even start going vertical. So, I mean, you know, 90 grand just to pull the permit.
Yeah, I think,
That-
yeah, 100. I read that it's up to like 110, 120, so.
Okay, well, that's even worse. So
Yeah.
to pull a permit before they even start. So they're gonna, that pushes the price up.
I get it, I don't have to love it, though. Okay, I'm supposed to summarize the council's consensus based on the discussion. I don't feel like I can do that, but if anybody would like to make a motion, I will entertain that. And just because this is up here, so we would be, if anybody makes a motion, it would be adding this condition and modifying the condition.
Correct. That's, yeah, staff would recommend that. Yes.
I'll go ahead and move the project forward.
Okay, we have a first. Is there a second? I'm not hearing a second, so
I don't like the layout, but I'll second it.
Okay, sorry, you said you didn't like the layout, but you will second? Okay. So we have a first and a second. It says that the city clerk will record the vote. Does that mean that you need to do a, okay. Okay. All right, so we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? Item passes 5-0. Man, you guys made me work for that. And I'm so sorry, but I think we need to take a break before we get to the regular calendar. So 5 minutes? Okay. Adopt a resolution to reallocate or unfund certain capital improvement projects for fiscal year 23-24. This will be presented by Jerry Tejada, our Administrative Service Director. And I think our City Manager Joshua Murray has something to say first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I want to specifically address misinformation that has been put out by Councilmember Fuller on his social media accounts. We identified an issue with our CIP program at this past mid-year budget. We were very transparent about that. We identified an issue with our CIP program at this past mid-year budget review held in February of this year. We were very transparent about that. I think anybody that knows me knows that my goal is to ensure that this city is as transparent as possible. And I think that is one of the reasons why you all appointed me as city manager, is because I committed to being transparent. It's not only myself, but the staff here is committed to being as transparent as possible. In that mid-year review, we had several statements that spoke to the issue we identified. I'm going to read some bulleted points from that. As building revenue is still recovering from a slowdown in fiscal year 2022-2023, some CIP project funding may need to be placed on hold for the remainder of fiscal year 2023-2024. Potential funding deficits in the capital projects and impact fee funds are included in the mid-year budget review. This has created the potential for a negative fund balance in certain funds, as anticipated revenue was allocated towards capital improvement projects. The traffic impact fee and park impact fee funds are largely impacted with a potential shortfall of $2.5 million combined. Staff recommends waiting until May to determine if any funding of capital projects needs to be updated or eliminated. This will give some time to see what will happen with future development towards the end of the fiscal year. Should we need to unfund projects for that time being, staff will bring specific projects to council before adoption of the fiscal year 24-25 budget, which is what we are doing tonight. In a perfect world, would I want to bring an item like this to the City Council? No. But we don't operate in perfection. We operate in reality. And we have had significant challenges in terms of building permit revenue based on the economy. In 22-23, we budgeted for 250 new single-family homes, which, as we just talked about at the last item, provides significant revenue to the city. We issued 120 permits, 130 permits short. In 23-24, we budgeted for 150 homes. We reduced our 2022-23 estimate by 100 in anticipation of the economy improving. It has not improved as quickly as we thought or as most economists have thought, with 84 building permits pulled as of today. So again, a shortfall which we are addressing tonight. As I communicated with you through email, I was very clear to you, Councilmember Fuller, that we cannot mix traffic impact fee funds with park impact fee funds, meaning we can't take roadway money and construct parks, and we can't take park money and construct roadways. I'm going to go into some detail about the staff report. Fund 204, our park impact fee. We need to adjust this lower to account for the lower than expected impact fee revenue. We also need to adjust funding for CIP 281, the Enrico Cinquini Park, due to rising costs. I want to give a little background on some of the actions that have been taken by this City Council and a prior City Council about the park. Fiscal year 22-23, we budgeted $3.5 million for the project. $1.4 million came from park impact fees, $2.1 million came from a developer contribution. On October 11th, 2022, we awarded a design contract for $262,794 with Callender and Associates for the design of the facility. On July 11th, 2023, we approved amendment number 1 to the design contract for an additional $98,258 to Callender and Associates to ensure that the design of the park met the needs of the community. In fiscal year 23-24, we budgeted an additional $700,000 from park impact fees. The project total then was $4.2 million. Fiscal year 24-25, we are proposing a budgeted $1 million adjustment from park impact fees. This comes from the CIP 176 Regional Park Project that was just adopted tonight, and an $850,000 federal earmark, bringing the total project to just over $6 million. Fund 202, our Traffic Impact Fee Fund. CIP 268, this is the Main and Delta intersection. CIP 269, the Main and Brownstone intersection, and CIP 270, Hall Street extension, have been unfunded to balance the fund. We are trying to be as responsible as possible to ensure that we have a balanced fund, that we end the year and then also start next year with our proposed budget that we'll discuss later tonight. We need to adjust for the lower than expected impact fee revenue. We did not want to reduce CIP 310 and found funding in other funds to keep the project whole, as it is a priority of the City Council. CIP 302 had funding allocated in Fund 202 and also an ARPA allocation. Both of those were for design. It was double counted. We found that error, and we are removing the funding from Fund 202 to help balance the fund, but we kept the funding in ARPA for the design as planned. I want to be clear to the public that we are not unfunding any work on East Cypress, which you identified in your social media post. I have worked on this project specifically for many years. Been involved in this project. It has been a expressed priority of the City Council, and it is my goal to ensure that this project is delivered to the public and the City Council as promised by staff. Fund 141, which is our gas tax RMRA fund. We unfunded CIP 274, Neroli Road Repair and Resurfacing, also to balance the fund. Our stormwater fund, Fund 145, we had to unfund to ensure we are in the black and to reduce the amount that the general fund would need to contribute to keep the fund in balance so that we can continue to providing core services year after year. Fund 235, which is our street maintenance and repair fund. We unfunded because we didn't have enough to complete CIP 274 and to remain in the black. This goes along with Fund 141. Just for everyone's clarification, $100,000 is not enough to complete the project, and we didn't have optional funding anywhere else to reallocate the $200,000 in Fund 141. All that is to say, as I just said, we are trying to be as responsible as possible, and we are trying to correct deficiencies in funds that exist right now. And if we don't, although that money may or may not be spent, we don't believe it is in the best interest of the city to represent financial documents that way, and we are asking the City Council to unfund these projects in the most responsible way possible to ensure our funds remain balanced. If I've left out any detail, Jerry Tejeda can fill in any gaps that I might have missed.
I don't have anything to add, but I am available for questions if you have it.
All right. Do any of the council members have any questions of staff? Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, I appreciate putting it up. Did I just hear that park funds needs to go to parks? Is that what I heard?
That is exactly what I said, and I've said it to you in email, and now I'm saying it to you on the public record.
You have a lot of records. Do you have the number of records, the number of times that I've asked, actually pled, like the people that arrived here at the podium tonight, pleaded with, can we get something done with Creekside to enhance it? We now have people coming up here saying Creekside just isn't making it. It's dangerous. I was told that, maybe by Mr. McMurray, we'll get it up here in the summer, which means nothing because everybody's going to say, well, we'll wait until after the election, and hopefully George isn't around to bug us about that. Creekside is on the east side of Maine and isn't getting any money. So all of a sudden, we're the bad guys on the east side of Maine again, southeast corner, the poor folk. That area has been neglected and neglected and neglected. I knew that when I moved in there. The streets that run north of Delta Road, residential or private, and they're dirt roads. The ones coming off of Main Street are dirt roads, and a lot of them are gated, are locked, not like gated, come in, like padlock gated. So I'll come back again, but the question I'm glad you answered is park fees can go to parks. So we'll start with that. I have several more, but that will start with that. And can we have agreement that we could take $1 million or $2 million if we decided to do so, or could have 3 years decided that, and given it to Creekside Park?
It is our job as staff to prepare and recommend budgets every year. It is the city council's job to adopt that budget and allocate money as they see fit. If there is direction from the city council to take park impact fee money and move it to a project at Creekside Park, we are happy to do that.
Yes, but
we have not been given that direction.
How many times have I pleaded as the citizens, and I know Florina Campos, she is a fine individual that's leading the library and got us to where we are. Her husband is very committed to this community, and the individual that's giving the our rec program is also. I didn't have any contact with him. I haven't had any contact. In fact, I've asked him to go to the coffee, and for a few months that we haven't been able to get together. So I've had no contact with him. I've just sat up here pleading. All of a sudden they show up, hey, can we do something about Creekside Park? So I will have more on the discussion, but as long as it's clear that we can move $1 million in the Creekside Park, or $2 million, or $3 million, if we wanted to, if we found it. So that's to start with. The other one, I don't know, maybe this is a typo. On your staff report from Ms. Tejeda, 2D, CIP 302 East Cypress Road widening, Jersey Road to Bethel Island Road, unfunded $378,503. Are you saying that's really not forfeiting, that's already done and we're already there, we don't have to worry about that?
Correct. I'm going to repeat myself again. We have allocated ARPA funds for that design. So it was funded twice. So we don't need to fund the design twice. We only need to fund it once. So we are unfunding a portion of that design as indicated in the staff report because it is already funded by the ARPA funding. So the design will move forward just as we've been talking about.
What will be the amount of money allocated to that completion of that design?
Do we have that amount?
It's in the 300 range. It's below the 378. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it will be before council, next council meeting.
Yes, well, I'm a little bit disturbed saying, well, it wasn't in there, that we're not misallocating. If we're not unfunding the widening, then we ought to say that. We don't just say, well, we're not, but you ought to be able to figure out that it's been funded twice. So people get upset, and I don't blame them. I'll come back again, but this city has looked up for rec centers, they were Summer Lake and different park areas, but East Cypress Road, I've campaigned on that one at the time of the fire when they were trying to escape, and it was a madhouse that was going on out there. And we're still there. My biggest problem is, and I've said it before on this one, I hear this it's not being changed, but I've heard that over and over again. So I think if you're going to put in here and say, from the point of view that was misstated, it's not. This is your writing, or Ms. Tejeda's writing that you approved and sent up here. So it's either it's misleading or we do have fun, and why are we talking about it? This is where I begin to get smoke and mirrors and things. So it's bothersome, but we'll come back to that one too. All right. So now why can't we take $1 million and move it over from Sequini Park and move it over to the library fund? Now it's supposed to go for parks, but I think we're planning on expanding our Civic Center park. So why can't we take $1 million from that park and put it in this park?
I'll take that one too. We have multiple impact fees that we collect when we issue a building permit. We have park
I'm
impact.
sorry, I can't hear you.
We
sir.
have multiple impact fees that we collect when we issue a building permit. Park impact fees, traffic impact fees, and something called a public facilities impact fee. A public facility impact fee we can definitely use to construct a library, and we have allocated some public facilities in next year's budget impact fees for the library facility. You can't use park impact fees to construct a library.
Okay. There. So, hey, let me ask this. Did we foresee this possible shortage?
We did. We made you fully aware of it, and we were as transparent as possible, and I just read verbatim segments from our mid-year budget review report that we foresaw it, but we didn't want to make any decision or propose anything to the city council because at that time in February, we still had several months until year end. So many things could have changed. The development, I'd say, the development in our city is not where we thought it would be. We don't have control over that, obviously. There are many things at play, including interest rates and the cost of development. As we're talking about the Enrico Cinquini Park, the cost of development, the cost of park construction, the rule of thumb a few years ago would have been $1 million per acre. We're over $1 million per acre, obviously, because we have a 4.5 acre site, and we're proposing to spend about $6 million to improve it. So the cost of construction is very expensive right now.
So in other words, just to ask, you're anticipating $5 million now and another $1 million pretty soon to complete it for $6 million.
At the end of the day, it will be a $6 million facility.
We'll be paying $6 million. Okay.
And I would like to add, too, this is not a typical park construction. The city doesn't normally take raw land and turn it into a park. Typically, parks are constructed by developers. This is not the standard or typical approach that we've taken, but this was a project, as Councilmember Meadows mentioned earlier, that was approved in the county and has been around for some time. And the park fee that they were going to pay us was not enough, obviously, to construct the park. They paid us $2.1 million, and we cannot construct a park facility for $2.1 million. But the subdivision and the residents expect a park, so we have to deliver on the park. But normally, how a park is constructed, the developer constructs the park, and then the developer dedicates that park to the city, and the city accepts it, and then the city maintains it.
Okay, why didn't we, when we only got $2.1 million, unfund the parking lot and take money, $2 million from our parking lot across the street and put it in to Sequini Park?
Again, different buckets of money, and those would have been decisions made by the city council. I can't speak to the decisions that are made by the city council.
So the decision that's been made asking this question by the city council has been for a $4 million construction. That if we go back and pull resolutions and everything, there's $4 million allocated and approved for Sequini Park.
Just like every project that we are constructing right now, we are running into cost overruns. Every project is more expensive than it was yesterday, than it was a year ago, than it definitely was 2 years ago. Laurel Road is going to be a much more expensive project. East Cypress Road is an expensive project. Everything is expensive right now.
Yes.
So there is no way to deliver to the community a park for less than what we are proposing right now.
Okay.
Unless we're just talking about, 4.5 acres of turf.
So that's why you can't do we didn't do anything with Creekside.
We haven't done anything with Creekside because we haven't been given direction to do anything with Creekside, and that is the fact. There has been no direction. I have not received one consensus vote to give any improvement to Creekside Park. There was a request for a future agenda item that you made that was seconded by Councilmember Meadows, and we have committed to bringing that item to the City Council in late summer this year, which we fully intend to do.
Well, I'm glad it's going to finally get here. But there's a lot of people working for my non-election, but then again, there were a lot of people on the other side that said they would never make it. I don't see them. I am disturbed. I'm finished with my questions for right now. I think I've pretty well got the answers.
I have 2 follow-up questions, and then I'll go to you, Vice Mayor Shaw, sorry. You mentioned parking lot, going to park. Could there ever be a world where parking lot money could go to a park? The City Council said, you know what? I know this is what the taxpayers thought their money was going to, but we're changing that. Do we have a mechanism that we can make that happen here?
If you're talking about specific impact fee money, those buckets are very specifically defined. We have resolutions that define what you can and can't spend the money on. And a park fund is meant to construct or acquire parkland and construct a park facility. Traffic impact fees are specifically designed to go to roadway improvements.
Including parking lots?
Including parking lots.
Okay, and then just a little bit of math here. Somebody can correct me. Okay, so I am looking at the item number 302. East Cypress Road widening, Jersey Island Road to Bethel Island Road. So if I look at the columns, I see total remaining CIP is $384,060. Whoa, that was hard. What I see the CIP remaining from previous years, which is the years previous to this year, that says that it's black, which is positive, $762,563. If you subtract those 2 numbers, you get $378,503. I checked on my calculator, that's correct. It's not me doing math, friends, because I know this is a struggle. So to me, that says we had this amount of money. We also had this additional amount of money, but we didn't need that much money. Am I interpreting and reading that correctly?
That was the goal. These were new columns added to this large spreadsheet that we present every year. And the goal was to try and show that we had previously funded something and we were changing that funding, and the remaining funding still remained for the CIP project.
So just to be clear, there is no money that's coming out of there because there was these 2 buckets that we're not lessening any of the amount, because those 2 numbers together give me that negative 378.
Yeah, so the intent was that 380-ish, let's just round it to a round number, $380,000 was set aside for design. That was the intent. As we started digging in to the mid-year budget this year, we realized that $380,000 had been allocated in the traffic impact fee fund, and $380,000 had been allocated in the ARPA fund. So we are reducing the funding by $380,000, but the intent was only to have one amount of $380,000, not double that amount. So we have enough there to pay for the design, which was always the intent, was for it to fund the design of phase 3 of Cypress Road.
And so as it stands today, we are not suggesting that any portion of this East Cypress Road is being stalled.
Correct.
Because we do not have the budget for it.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Shaw is going to throw the gavel at me, so it's her turn to talk.
Just a quick question, just clarification. We get a staff report. Obviously, not everything can be put in a staff report, which is the whole point of having attachments to the staff report, which is, because if you would have tried to word this extra funding, it's a general, right? That's why we're supposed to go through the whole staff report. So I was actually had my button for the same reason. I had the first, I had to pull it up on my phone so I can zoom in, the 752 and then the 378. So it was kind of the same general consensus of what she was getting at, Mayor Williams. But that's, I guess, why we put those attachments with our staff report, right? Because there's a little further digging. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Meadows?
Let's go back to the multiple buckets of money coming in from the different fee sources. So if we have traffic impact fees and we have park fees and we move traffic impact fees into the park fund, would the payers of those traffic impact fees that paid to fix roads and now it's going to parks, can they request a refund of their traffic impact fees because it wasn't used for the intention?
Well, I think we run into an issue there. I think we also run into an issue potentially with an audit because we're potentially spending money from buckets on things that we shouldn't be spending that money on.
So we would potentially be liable to the payer of those fees that weren't used correctly.
Potentially, there could be liability.
And if I can add, oh, I'm sorry.
We'd be sued and we'd lose.
I assumed that.
If I could also add, our impact fees are all part of our AB 1600 report. I don't know if you guys remember receiving that every December, but we are required in December of every year to bring, it's usually brought the same time our audit is brought. We have to report on every impact fee. We provide how much revenue was received and in what year it was received. And we also have to provide how we're spending those and when we anticipate those expenditures to be spent. And so the intent of the impact fee is that we're collecting and spending within 5 years. And so that comes to you every December, and it's also posted for the public to review.
Okay, that actually brings up another question for me that we didn't fully talk about. Okay, so 268 and 269, those are both intersection improvement projects, Main Street in Delta, Main Street in Brownstone. I don't think anyone would argue that those are not two necessary things, but you just mentioned, okay, first, right now, there is a CIP remaining from each of those of $200,000. Given the costs, is that $200,000 going to get the intersection improved?
No, not even close. I mean, those intersections, the one at Delta and Main is complex. Not only just city boundary lines, right-of-way that needs to be acquired and grades that are out there. And then you have Brownstone and Main, which also involves property acquisition and design and construction. As we're talking about, design right now, you probably couldn't even design it for $100,000 at an intersection. I mean, there is a lot that's involved. So those are intense, expensive projects.
Okay, and so knowing the saga we have gone through for the right-of-ways for both Laurel and East Cypress and how long it's taken, sitting in this room today, do we think that we would have a project within 5 years, which is when that money would have to be used on that, right? I mean, if we kept the funding bucket, we protected that, forget that we have a budget shortfall that we need to make it up. If we kept that money protected.
I highly doubt it. I mean, the main way the city gets infrastructure constructed is through development. I'd say, when you start talking about the proportion of development that constructs infrastructure versus what the city constructs, with the exception of like East Cypress Road that we're now attacking now, we're constructing much smaller sections, but our main way that we acquire improvements, public improvements, is through development.
Okay, I think that was it. Councilmember Fuller?
Yes, on your spreadsheet, if you have your magnifying glass or trifocals like I do.
I try to fit it all on one.
It says East 310 that the gas tax is paying $200,000 for that widening.
So
and then it has, what is that one with 400,000, that line?
400,000 is under general capital projects.
General what?
General capital projects.
Okay, so that's a CIP. CIP. And you're saying that 400,000 or that 200,000 couldn't go down to Delta and Maine?
To take from East Cyprus, I don't think
I'm
anybody.
asking the question that they're saying it could not go over to Delta and Maine.
If it's traffic impact fee money, it can be used on roadways. It can be moved around however you all choose to direct us to move that money around. We are taking direction that has been given for years, that East Cyprus is the priority, then Laurel, and then everything else kind of comes afterwards. And we really haven't prioritized beyond that because we're talking about sections of roadway that, when you talk about East Cyprus, $40 million. When you talk about Laurel, it could be up to $8 million just for this one small section that we're trying to complete. So however the city council wants to allocate the money, we just want to make sure the fund balance is balanced.
Well, that's the one I have trouble with. I'll go over in the discussion again. But already, well, Dr. Fuller or Councilmember Fuller, that really isn't true because you know what? We got another stash over here. And so we really didn't mean what we're saying, and we're going to unfund the widening. And we found some money over here to get it done. And to me, I don't know, tomorrow I might see 500,000 for a bridge somewhere that, oh yeah, we happen to stumble across that with that type. I mean, you did. You said this is being unfunded, and this is the way it is. Now you're here defensively, oh yeah, but really it isn't because we have the money. But you didn't put it in the report. Now I'll go back to what's gone on here, but this is a big reason why districts were created, and we'll go to discuss that in discussion.
Councilmember Henderson.
So for clarification, we unfund Delta Road and Main Street. The project's not going away. We're moving money to make a project complete until we can do the next project, correct?
That is correct, and when we present every CIP every year, we have caveats in there about each project and funding as it becomes available. We definitely have projects in the CIP that we're talking about right now, those particular intersections, which we can't construct right now, but are definitely projects that the city intends to construct at some point in the future.
Which would include needing the land to do it, and I can see Delta Road, we got another city jurisdiction to have to deal with when it comes to design and.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think I just want to make sure that everybody understands that there's money that's allocated for each project, and it's not money that can be transferred, and this has been a consistent theme that there may be some confusion about how some people read the budget, but just because you're not able to read the budget doesn't mean that money is missing or being misappropriated or moved
come to a
other,
point of order.
to other funds. Is that correct?
In making the insinuation that I don't know how to read a budget.
No.
I will not accept.
I didn't say that. What I said
Yes,
is
you did.
sometimes
Some people cannot see a budget. That was obviously directed at me.
I believe Vice Mayor Shaw and I both just did math on our calculator to look at this, so I am saying that I want it to be clear that we can't accuse people of misappropriating money if we're not understanding. I feel like the city staff has said multiple times today that park money can't go here, and there's no buckets of money. Do we get federal grants sometimes? Do we have federal money that gets infused? So then what is the staff gonna say when we get a transportation grant or we get federal funds? We did get a windfall, we got some money there. It doesn't mean that they took it from something else to unfund it. So I just think that that needs to be clear, that just because we may not understand on the outset when we're reading, it's really important to note that we have a duty to the taxpayers. So if we said that this money is going to this, we have a duty to put it to that. To suggest that we would, after all 5 of us have been fighting for every cent for East Cyprus, to suggest that we would take a couple million to go over to Brownstone, I can't abide by that. That's not the direction we've given staff, and I think we would all get beat in the streets if we ever suggested that. Cyprus has been our #1 priority. And so to just willy-nilly say, oh, well, we can take it from this, we can take it from this, we have a duty to the taxpayers to use the money the way that we say we're gonna use it. And the math adds up. You can add to all the, it's all right here. There's the red and the black so that we can do the mathematics. But that's why I got my calculator. I saw Vice Mayor Shaw getting their calculator. I just think it's important that there's no misappropriation of funds. And to accuse the staff of that is...
Who accused the staff of misappropriation of funds? I have not heard any staff member, including myself or council member, say that staff have misappropriated funds. Your double talk was something. You went around, we can go back and address it. But the bottom line, don't sit up here and say people are saying staff misappropriated money. I didn't hear that. Maybe the clerk can say,
I guess I
he heard that, or
misunderstood
maybe Mr. Cole can say he heard it. Nobody can hear it say it except you.
I guess I misunderstood when the comment was made that all of a sudden staff will find $500,000. That was my interpretation. Clearly, it wasn't correct.
That's not a misappropriation.
Okay, that's how I interpreted it. Sorry if that wasn't the way it was intended. It's how I heard it. So I just wanted it to be clear that the staff isn't moving money around just to, fund a pet project or to do something else. They're following the direction of the city council. So I just wanted to make that clear. We did not receive any public speaker cards, but is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? All right, seeing no comments from the public, is there any further discussion on this item?
I move approval of 6.1.
I have discussion, no matter if it gets approved or not. In terms of a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second, but I will allow you to continue the discussion.
The discussion is this is why districting is so important. The southeast end of town is just plain dangerous. It has been ignored over and over and over again, and the reason was this was a general election. So you didn't want to stir up and say, hey, we need to take care of the southeast area or east of Maine, because, there's po folk down there. Councilmember Foley, don't you know? Dr. Foley, don't you know there's po folk down there? And some of them are BIPOC. Can't you just learn to be quiet? It's a general election. We aren't going to worry about the traffic safety over there. We aren't worried about the K injuries, death injuries at the intersection. We aren't going to worry about the things coming back from Brownstone, because there's po folk down there. And look at the way they live. They probably work two jobs, maybe 3 jobs to make the ends meet, maybe get to church. They don't have much time for service clubs or sitting in nice restaurants. They're trying to survive. And nobody's ever paid any attention to them. So now, finally, after years and years and years, they say, okay, we're going to put in signals. Because those 2 intersections are just plain dangerous. I drive through those intersections, including Delta Road, at least twice a week. There's going to be another fatality, and another fatality, and another fatality until we get tri-lights in there. It's just a mess. And you can't ignore it. But as soon as we come up, oh no, well, we don't give money out to po folk. So we're going to take the money out of here. Now, everybody says, well, yeah, the misappropriation and everything, Bottom line is, it's clear there is $5 million now for that project. And we're moving $1 million out of the parks, the regional park, into there. The hell with Creekside. You know, that's Polk area. We gotta have the right park. And we got another $1 million coming, at least. And I'll hear again.
So we have a motion in a second.
No, you ain't gonna just, no, you're not gonna do that. I owe this city an apology because I let you talk me into it, and you have $4 million is enough.
Call the question.
It's enough. It's enough. $4 million.
Mr.
Now
Cole.
you're getting greedy with $6 million.
You're rambling.
No, I'm being very succinct. It's done with $4 million. You can have a nice park with $4 million. $6 million's there, and we got people that are hurting. People running and getting in traffic accidents because of Main Street.
So
the only reason East Cypress is coming about is because we finally put down the rule that we needed to do something. But we got a rec center first that takes $2 million a year out of the general
I'd like to
fund.
call the question.
just so we're clear, we're way off topic here. We're addressing all kinds of things that are not presented. This is a very simple mechanical matter where you're simply transferring money.
It's not simple to the people living down there.
Okay, well.
And you know that. I could tell by your expression, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
The council controls the creation of capital improvement projects and the funding. And so all of the things you mentioned are within the prerogative of the council.
It
and
is
that's been
within the
explained.
prerogative, but I would suggest that the people down there
Can we
look
please
at
let
a
him finish?
civil rights
On
violation
this
for not
agenda
getting the
item,
funds that they should get.
Councilmember
We need
Fuller,
to let him
No,
finish.
civil
we
rights should be
have a
taken
Brown
care of.
Act,
No,
and
I'm
you
not
are
going to
moving
stand here
afar
under
of the
it.
Brown Act.
Do you
and
understand? I'm not going to be under here. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, yeah, well, they got to be quiet because the city council says.
Call the question.
No, they need to be heard.
Call the question. The question.
Okay, we
will be
had a
called.
first and a second on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Item passes 4-1. All right, moving on to item 7, reports. 7.1, our city manager, Joshua McMurray.
We have a few prepared statements with our partnership with Contra Costa County in the preparation of the 2024 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. We have been trying to coordinate some public outreach, and this is another way of doing that. So the Contra Costa County Office of Emergency Services is still seeking public feedback on the 2024 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. This plan serves as a guide for the county and Oakley to become more resilient to the impacts of natural, human-caused, and technological disasters. A link to the plan and feedback form are on the city's homepage at www.ci.oakley.ca.us under News and Announcements. We've also included a QR code to the plan on one of the slides being displayed during the meeting, as well as the sign in the City Hall lobby. Secondly, I would like to draw attention to our Military Equipment Annual Report Community Meeting this Thursday, May 16th at 6 p.m. here in the City Council chambers. The Police Department will be putting that meeting on. AB 481 requires a community meeting to allow the general public to discuss and ask questions regarding the annual report and the city's funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment. A link to the report can be found on the city's homepage at, again, www.ci.oakley.ca.us under News and Announcements. Third, I would like to address the council as I was asked at the last city council meeting regarding AB 1567, and specifically, Mayor, you asked me to research and go back and ask our folks if the RENA numbers could shift based on AB 1567 and how it's drafted. In my interpretation and review of that legislation, there is no indication that the RENA numbers could be shifted. And our consultant, Townsend and Associates, who we've hired to help us not only with grant applications but policy advocacy, they stated there is no language within the bill that would reform the RENA process in any way. So I wanted the record to reflect that statement. Fourth, I did want to also address the comments by Councilmember Fuller regarding myself and my participation in the Rotary Club of Oakley. In 2021, after I was appointed city manager by the City Council, I was asked by the club if I would join. It took me many months to decide whether or not I wanted to join not just the Rotary Club of Oakley, but any service club in the city. My time is limited, and I wanted to make sure if I did make a decision, that the decision would be one that supported my ethics, my values, and my morals. The Rotary Club of Oakley did meet that, and I was taken into the club in 2022, and I've been a member for over 2 years. I participated in many community service projects. I have dedicated my entire career to community service. I've only worked for public agencies, and the Rotary Club of Oakley is an extension of that public service, and I find value in what they do, not only in this city, but the entire world. It's a worldwide organization, over 35,000 clubs, millions of people are Rotarians in this world. And as Councilmember Meadows mentioned, the projects that the club has worked on specifically in Oakley have brought value to this community and improved the quality of life for the residents in this community. So I wholeheartedly support their mission, and I proudly wear the pin. And lastly, under B, business license update, we have provided the business licenses for April 2024. That concludes my report.
All right, moving on to item 7.2, reports from council liaisons to regional committees, commissions, and boards, and Oakley City Council acting as the successor agency to the Oakley Redevelopment Agency. Councilmember Henderson, quick on the draw.
On May 4th, I attended the city's birthday party, and the weather cooperated, and we have a nice event. On the 7th, Iron House had, sanitation had their board meeting. They're working on their budget and going through the same things that we're discussing, especially when it comes to the amount of permits being pulled. And then on May 8th, I attended Supervisor Burgess's mixer in Brentwood, and that concludes my report.
Vice Mayor Shaw.
The 24th, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting, and I will let Mayor Williams report out on that. On the 25th, we had a tour as part of the library subcommittee meeting with Assemblymember Lori Wilson. We toured the current site, potential site, potential housing site, and it was all around a very positive experience. She seemed to understand the needs. I don't know with the budget what can be done, but she is going to be trying to tap some resources and also send some additional resources our way. Later that night, directly after that tour, I went to the East Bay Cal Cities meeting in Alameda. AG Rob Bonta was the speaker, and again, I'm going to let Mayor Williams report on that because she took extensive notes, and I was on call at work and had to get called away a few times. I did a Zoom meeting for the library with the County Library Foundation. I just really wanted to see what the County Library Foundation was going to be able to do to help the Friends of Oakley Library. Financially, they aren't thinking they're going to be able to do a lot, but they're going to try to pull some resources as well. On the 30th, I spoke at the fentanyl awareness presentation put on by Liberty High School District, and 105 Narcan kits were handed out. On 5/1, we had the library subcommittee meeting. We used this meeting to finalize the donor letter, speak about a potential donor wall design, get the donor levels situated, named, and to get a brochure put together. And this will allow the Friends of Oakley Library to start really putting boots to the ground and try to get some fundraising and some funding. We have bricks, we have donor levels, we have naming rights, all different things that we are trying to do to get funding for this library. We've had 4 meetings. One tomorrow, we'll make 5. Hopefully after this brochure is made, we can cut those down to maybe once a month and more of an update opposed to every 2 weeks, but the work has been, it's been a lot, and we've been doing a lot to get this where it's at. I attended the Oakley 25th birthday kickoff. I did attend the Tri-Delta Shred event at the Oakley Park and Ride, and even got a new cut on my hand from loading shredding into the bin. I attended the Chamber Mega Mixer put on by Dan Burgess. Last weekend we had the Rotary Gala, and I have been getting tons of calls and emails from residents at the Oaks that I have been trying to keep positive thinking and making sure that they are going to management and those that they should be going to. And some were just wanting some advice, some were wanting to complain, and actually a couple were compliments. So a good mix. And that is my report.
All right, Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, I did attend Supervisor Burgess's get-together. Had a great hamburger. I missed up on ice cream cones. They were humongous. It was amazing how the kids could eat them faster than the adults. But I also attended the stormwater runoff meeting webinar. Mr. McMurray put that together from the looks of it, from what I saw. Mr. Rohani was there, and two of his subordinates were joining him. Mr. McMurray reminded the group that we all need money for the stormwater runoff, and he mentioned maybe we ought to look at a tax increase. The consensus of the group, which were city managers, was there's tax fatigue in the county. No lie. People are just done. They're finished with taxes and putting it up. The public consensus was that we're going to put it away. I like what Laura Hoffmeister put of Concord. She's an experienced council member there, and I think she summed it up best. We are making strategic plans, moving ahead, getting everything together. We ought to wait at least 3 years before we ever think of making a request for a tax increase on stormwater. I also attended the East Bay Council on Leadership and Economic Development. Gary Schlossberg out of Wells Fargo, his economic forecasting, had an interesting view. He says, for the rest of the year, we'll have slow growth, but we'll still have a recession of some type. What he called was like a saucer, a slight dip and back up, and by the first of 2025, we should be back putting it together. Demand should be raising. There's a mild recovery that we're having. The Bay Area is going along with the rest of the country, but doing fairly well. Its ports are very important to us, bringing a lot of economic money. We have good schools, colleges, surrounded by colleges, which are giving us great workers coming out of it. We have improved productivity. The stock market may not be stable. It may vacillate. We'll see how that goes. The interest rates are unlikely to be coming down. Maybe, but they may be bottoming out, but it's unlikely they'll be coming down was his. He brought up a very interesting point. He said on economic development, life has changed. Keynesian economics is getting a new twist, so to speak. He brought up people like Taylor Swift are beginning to drive the economy. He brought up that when she gave her concert in this area out of Santa Clara, she provided 3,300 jobs for people that were there before. In one single day in the concert, she generated more money than the Super Bowl. And she's doing this nationwide. So you can see that she is carrying a tremendous amount of money in terms of power, jobs, allocation of funds, things are going through. He estimated she's earning $6 billion a year in terms of improved revenue in the areas that she goes. Inflation will slow down. China is now 15 or 20% of the economy. We don't know where that's going to happen. They're fighting for the South China Sea, and if they take over the South China Sea, it will not be a pretty happy event. Healthcare is growing fast. Councilmember Shaw might be interested. The aging population is taking more healthcare, but they're also filling out labor shortage. In terms of split income, the poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer. So, that's it.
Councilmember Meadows?
Transplant meeting last week was canceled. I did attend the 25th anniversary celebration. I have CCTA tomorrow night and MCE Thursday night.
All right. As Vice Mayor Shaw alluded to, we attended Tri-Delta Transit. So just a disclaimer, I'm about to speak a little bit about SB 1031, which we've talked about extensively, and that was the focus of this meeting. So the concern that many regional transit companies have is with this consolidation that is suggested in SB 1031. And the biggest issue with the bill is that it won't matter if the bond, it's supposed to be tied to a bond measure, which is upcoming. It's the one that we've been talking about. But it won't matter if that bond measure passes or doesn't pass. It would still give ultimate authority to MTC. So MTC would then have all the funding, which would probably disproportionately affect East County. So the way they have the bill written right now, they are suggesting a return to source funding of about 70 to 80%. But of that amount, 23% of that 70 to 80 that should be coming back to us would go to BART, 2% would go to Golden Gate Transit. So the board did agree to write a letter in opposition of SB 1031, although we did state unless amended so that we could remain at the table. But just today, it hit the suspend file, so we likely won't be seeing that bill for a couple more sessions. We did talk about the Paratransit Life Program, which is the low-income fair equity program. We have 201 people utilizing it now, which is a large month-over-month increase. It started at just 50 passengers in October. They're doing, data sourcing. Most passengers are using it for medical, dialysis, grocery, pharmacy. The only qualifications is that they have to be ADA passengers and extremely low income, which is 30% of the median income. Right now, we got that money from Measure X funding. And that guaranteed $194,000 for 12 months. The program is increasing by leaps and bounds, so now it's up to the board to figure out how to continuously fund that program because it's obviously a need. Also went to Cal Cities. The speaker was AG Rob Bonta. He was talking about the business environment. Local cities need to interact with Chamber of Commerce. That's the most important part of the community. The AG's job is to make sure that those businesses are operating legally, but he would like businesses to thrive in California. He said a big portion of what he's spending his time doing right now is working against organized retail theft, fentanyl, and trafficking. He's also heading a historic lawsuit against fossil fuel companies, which has had massive costs to taxpayers. And it's about climate change deception. They've got reporting that shows that fossil fuel companies knew about the damage it was causing since the 50s, and there's reports that show that. So it's a huge lawsuit now. His office is supporting the speaker's package on organized retail theft. This has to do with amendments to Prop 47, but he does say that we need to consistently hold people accountable and make a measured effort to punish people. Misdemeanors are crimes and should have metered justice. He did talk extensively about RENA numbers. He makes no bones about it that we need to build more housing. We need 20 million more houses by 2030, and we're nowhere on track to provide that. He said that the state doesn't seek lawsuits, they seek compliance, but they have no problems going after people who are choosing to not follow the law. He says it's not a suggestion, it is a law. We talked a lot about fentanyl. He said that the existing law can allow pursuit of murder charges, but that's something that's a little bit murky, so not a lot of DAs are doing that. he said we need to hold people consistently and proportionably accountable. They did just have a traffic bust where raw materials are coming in from China to Mexico through California and then brought back across the borders. They have made lots of arrests in the arteries and at the border, and they've busted several pill presses in Mexico where that is happening. They have full cooperation of the Mexican government on all of that. We talked about homelessness. He said that it's a non-criminalization of the status of being homeless, but it needs to be consistent with the punishment of crimes committed. And he just urged cities to balance compassion for the human beings and making sure that tools had cities to deal with the issue. Let's see. Okay. I attended the Brentwood Day of Service, and I'm going to have sort of a future agenda item regarding that, but it was a great experience. I also went to the Liberty Union High School District Athletic Hall of Fame. There were athletes from all kinds of generations who were sworn in. It was a really interesting experience and so cool to see all these athletes and what they're doing now. And Freedom did get a little bit of recognition. The Freedom football team from 2016 got inducted into the High School District Hall of Fame. I attended the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce job fair accidentally, but it was still interesting, and there were a lot of Oakley companies that were there. I did also go to the fentanyl awareness event and got to cheer on Vice Mayor Shaw as she told a really touching story. And it was a really important thing. And, you know, we've gotten a ton of responses back regarding the event, and it's getting attention from the Senate office and things like that. So I really think that Vice Mayor Shaw was instrumental in that because a lot of people were writing about it. So there is some important resources that we got from that. There is an app called Saluna, which I urge everybody to download. It's a free mental health support confidential app for 13 to 25-year-olds throughout California. We are realizing there's a challenge accessing mental health services. So while this isn't, you know, a fix all, it is at least a stopgap. Bright Life Kids is an extension of that, but that one goes from birth to 25, plus it offers parenting classes. I think it's important to note that fentanyl is the leading cause of death for people ages 18 to 45. There were 169 overdose deaths in Contra Costa County. We are now in our 5th year of the fentanyl epidemic, and 7 out of the 10 pills seized by the DEA had a lethal amount of fentanyl, which is the amount that can fit on the edge of your pinky finger. So it's not much. The library subcommittee meeting, Vice Mayor Shaw covered a ton. I did attend the Measure X Youth Center meeting, just so everybody is aware. It's for trying to figure out the locations in East County where youth centers would be proposed. So there will actually be 2 in East County and 1 in West County. So it's nice that we're hopefully getting, and I was trying to champion for Oakley getting one very close to us. So we'll see what happens there. I did also attend a mental health services oversight committee, and it's important to note that 1 in 5 Californians have unmet mental health needs, which leads to greater medical expenses, incarceration, homelessness, and the cycle keeps worsening as the need is unmet. Prevention and early intervention are clinically proven results, and they were talking about the effects of Prop 1 and what they anticipate that happening, what is going to happen because of that. It's still obviously in a state of flux. There was always this mental health oversight commission that had 16 commissioners, but with the passage of Prop 1, there's now 27 commissioners, which they were saying could potentially improve access. So hopefully we'll see some changes because of the Prop 1 funding that just happened. And I think that is it for my reports. If we want to move on to item B, request for future agendas. Okay, seeing none, I'll just say mine. So let me preface this by saying I'm not expecting this to happen in the year of our birthday. But as I said, I attended the Brentwood Day of Service. And it was a really great opportunity to see all of the nonprofits who help the city run. They had over 700 volunteers, and In fact, there were so many volunteers and so many projects got finished so quickly that they were able to pair all of these other volunteers with organizations that needed it. So for instance, one of the projects that I was working on was at the VFW, and we finished so quickly, but the veterans who run it said, hey, we have so many ongoing projects, and Brentwood was able to match all these willing people to it, to keep working on their projects. So that was the experience that was everywhere. The thing that I really liked that they did was they also combined it with a blood drive. They had a food drop-off place, and then they also had an anonymous place for people to go pick up the food who were in need. They had people from county health there. It was just a great way to showcase all the different resources and all the different nonprofits that work together to make the city work. And I just think it was a really great experience, and I would love to bring something like that here. I know we have a ton of great nonprofits that are doing really good work, and it would just be nice for them to, one, have a place to be showcased, but two, actually impact the people in our communities by having this day of service. So that is my request, but again, not until let's get through our 25th year. So I don't know if I need a second on that, but.
Sorry, I'll second.
Thanks. All right, doesn't look like any more requests for future agenda items. Are we all good to go on to 8 right now? Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's work on item 8, work sessions. The first work session is 8.1, fiscal year 2024-2025 budget work session. Jerry Tejada, Administrative Services Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Before I get started, I'm just going to go ahead and get this out of the way. On slide 6, there is a mistake on the report. I understand the significance of this one word, and so I'm going to just put it out there as we get going. Where it says includes a $2 million transfer to streets for Cypress Road project, it should have been Laurel Road. We are not taking away any money from Cypress Road. That was the first attempt to start funding phase 3 of Cypress. But in the hustle and bustle of budget, we realized that $2 million needed to go to Laurel Road, which is happening sooner than phase 3 of Cypress Road. So we'll talk about that a little more when we get there, but I did want to point that out, and I apologize for the error. I also, before I get started, wanted to give just a huge thank you to staff. Although I'm the one up here presenting this tonight, it is a huge team effort. It's hours and hours spent in budget meetings and reviews and conversations and all of the above. And this year we also did it in the midst of a cyber attack. So I remember day 1 of the cyber attack, Mr. Rohani came to my office and said, "This means we get some extra time on the budget, right?" And I said, "Absolutely not, we'll figure it out." And we were on a tight timeline, and staff held true to that timeline so that we could get this done and also continue our CIP project for our ERP process. And so it was a huge undertaking to get numbers in front of you, and I don't want to take full credit for that. We have a great team who's really helped get to that point. So with that, we will get started. So our preliminary general fund budget is projected a balanced operational budget. It includes $6.2 million in operating transfers out to other funds, and it includes all of our commitments for salary and benefits as approved in our MOUs and our resolution of benefits. So this is kind of just a snippet of our general fund. These are our operating revenues. I tried to drop in our projected from what we anticipate 2024 to look like, just to give you a slight comparison. We're proposing a $32 million revenues for fiscal year 25. Expenditures about $31 million. So you can see the net operating revenue would be just about $1 million. We are also proposing a one-time transfer from our unassigned fund balance of $4 million. That's where we get the net change to fund balance of negative almost $3 million. So I just want to be clear that that net change is a change to fund balance. It is not what we anticipate fund balance to be. So we still anticipate with that transfer, fund balance would be $4.2 million in our general fund, and that is after our 30% reserve is taken from that. So we'll move on to our general fund revenues. As mentioned, $32 million, and this is kind of a snippet of where that money is spent. Or, I'm sorry, these are revenues, where that money comes from. So you can see the biggest portion of that is our interfund charges. And just to reiterate what interfund charges are, those are what we charge other funds when they use general fund employees. So the majority of that is our P6 revenue that comes for our police services, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's what we charge for engineering and parks when our parks are out in lighting and landscape districts or community facility districts. They pay their portion. When we have development, they pay a portion of salaries and benefits. The next biggest portion is our property tax at 33%. And then we have sales tax at 10%, and our franchise fees at 8%, and then development fees and other revenue and taxes at 5%. When we get to our expenditures, it's the $35 million. $4 million of that is the large transfer that we talked about. So you can see transfers is 17% this year. And then, of course, the largest portion of our expenditures is spent in public safety in the general fund, with public works next, and then our community development, admin services, city manager's department. This graph looks just slightly different from last year. With the reorganization, we are kind of reorganizing the departments and what they look like on these graphs for you. So you'll see them by department. I know this one's kind of small. I apologize. This is just kind of a comparison to break out what those revenues and expenditures look like by department and by the revenue. Just some important notes. Our revenue, we're estimating a 4% increase to property tax this year. With that, we have contracted with the property tax auditor who is helping us go through that. Their projection is actually 4.6 for this year. That is their conservative projection. We thought we'd be especially conservative and go with 4%. And if we're lucky enough and that comes in a little bit higher, we can adjust that at mid-year. It includes just over 3% increase in sales tax. Again, that's what's being projected by our consultant with sales tax. Sales tax has been slow to recover. We are anticipating sales tax will be lower this year than it was in the prior year. So, I'm sorry, lower in fiscal year 24 than it was in fiscal year 23. We are anticipating that small increase in fiscal year 25. And then also a 6% increase to our P6 revenue. So P6 is our assessment for police services, and historically that comes in closer to 8%. We're going to be conservative and estimate 6% since building has slowed. Also important expenditure notes. We are converting IT to an internal service fund. We'll talk about that on a future slide, but that's why there's a 0 there in the 25 for IT. So I did want to make clear of that. IT is actually anticipated to be $771,000 this year. You'll see that on June 11th when we bring back the entire budget, but I did want to put that out there. You can tell that is a significant increase from the prior year, but we've also hired an IT manager. It has added 1 police officer as of July 1 per the 10-year plan. Remember, it was slotted to hire 2, and we hired 1 last year in January, and we're allocating that second one effective July 1st. It's reclassified 2 positions based on the reorganization. We'll talk about those in just a minute. It includes a $100,000 transfer to stormwater. Staff is still trying to wrap our head around what the need is going to be for stormwater. We don't fully understand that yet, but we do understand there's going to be a need. So we started with 100,000, and as we continue to gain information, we will come back and continue to provide updates to the council on where we think that needs to be. It includes the $4 million transfer to the library project, which is what that one-time $4 million transfer is anticipated for. And it includes a $2.1 million transfer to streets, and then we have allocated that to the Laurel project, which is our CIP 280, which we'll talk more about at our meeting next week. So the staffing changes that are being proposed, again, 1 police officer position being added in July. That would bring us to 42 sworn officers. And I just tried to give a little breakdown of that: 32 police officers, 7 sergeants, 2 lieutenants, and 1 chief. And just some information, that 1 police officer has a total cost of about $175,000 in the first year. And then we've reclassified 2 positions, an engineering tech to an assistant engineer, and a facilities maintenance technician to a public works foreman, and the cost of that is approximately $25,000. We've looked at our 10-year plan. We've added some potential forecasts into that 10-year plan. We are open for discussion tonight on what that looks like and what council's pleasure is. Our 10-year plan, it helps us focus on stability or sustainability. It compares our reoccurring revenue and our reoccurring costs. When we don't have data available to provide, we use assumptions based on historical data to the best of our ability, and it allows us to see how an expense that we make today grows year over year. So a quick graph of our 10-year plan and what it looks like currently with the proposed budget. It's hard to tell on the graph there, but right there at the last year, fiscal year 33, expenditures do exceed revenues. So we do need to address that, and we need to talk about how we handle that. The blue line there at the bottom is our 30% reserve, and it is maintained throughout the 10-year plan, as well as fund balance. So some important notes on our 10-year plan. We have included in the 10-year plan the addition of 2 police officers in 2027 and 2029. And then we have reduced that to 1 police officer in 2031 and another in 2033. For every officer, and just as an estimated cost, so you understand that, police officers in the 10-year plan, as we grow, we've anticipated for 27 and 29 to be approximately $200,000. And for 31 and 33, we've increased that to 225 as we continue to grow. For every police officer, we will need a new vehicle with upfitting. Those vehicles today are costing us $100,000 with the upfit included. So as we continue to grow, those will also continue to grow in cost. But we have included those in the 10-year plan. It includes a 15% increase to the $100,000 stormwater general fund transfer. Again, I don't know if that's enough. Probably not enough, but we wanted to start somewhere, and we wanted to get something in the plan. It includes $500,000 in additional expenses added in 2028. If we add a new library building, I should say when we add a new library building, there's going to be costs associated with that, and we wanted to make sure we were trying to plan for those costs ahead of time. We are going to need staff. We will need custodial staff. We will need maintenance staff to help us maintain those buildings. We will need to increase how much we pay to have library hours. We will increase costs to the building for just maintenance in general. We will have to pay PG&E and water and all of those fun things that come with owning a building. So we've started at $500,000. And when we add that $500,000 in our final year, we're upside down by $240,000. So there is a need to figure out how we manage that and how we handle that. So we are open to suggestions.
Testing.
Can you confirm that you're still streaming?
Doing that right now. Testing.
All right, we're getting ready to get started again, please. Really quick, I do want to turn it over to our attorney. Yeah.
Point of order, our rules of procedure establish 11 p.m. as our time of adjournment. The council may go past that, but it does require a majority vote. So I just wanted to, as we're an hour away, you can continue, and that does include the closed session. So just a point of order for your information.
Well, I want to make sure we get through Poncheros anyway.
So we would just vote to approve, right, basically?
Yes, that's as we get up to 11, we would need that motion to be taken.
And no chance, I mean, I know we're in the middle of 8.1, but there's no chance to move up 8.2 and 8.3 now since we're in the middle of this one, right? I missed it, my opportunity to move them.
If the council wants to suspend this item and take those other two items up now, it can do that.
And then we would come back to this, though.
I would take a vote to do that.
Okay.
I would make the motion to suspend the rules and move 8.2 and 8.3, suspend this item and move 8.2 and 8.3 up so we can get the audience their time. And then
May I ask that Ms. Navarro raise a mic volume on? Thank you. I'm having trouble hearing that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I second that motion because I would like to hear from our two other ones. So there's a first and the second on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry, I'm really loud.
That was yours. I thought it was me. Okay, I think that was all 5 of us, but any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, 5-0. Thank you.
Scared myself.
Okay, so now we are moving on to item 8.2, Poncho's Market 2, a preliminary general plan amendment, PA 02-23, work session to discuss the merits of a potential project to amend the general planned use designation of an approximately 0.42 acre parcel from residential low medium to commercial. Evan Gorman, our associate planner, will be presenting this item.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I appreciate it. Tonight, I'm presenting the staff report for this item. We'll start off with the vicinity map. Here we're at the southeast corner of Main Street and Malakote Avenue. Across to the west is Simone Ranch Road. The project site, despite it appearing as a single 0.42 acre lot, the subject property is divided into 2 parcels. Excuse me. The lot has an existing grocery, Poncho's Market number 2, and convenience store with off-street parking on the site. It's designated residential low medium in Oakley's general plan, and it's zoned R-6 single family residential district. The property is surrounded by residential uses, except the properties to the south along Main Street are zoned for commercial development. Now for this item. The item is a request to discuss the merits of a potential project to amend the general plan land use designation of the property from residential low medium to commercial. Here's a map showing the existing and the proposed. And I'll have that at the end for you as well. Why a work session? A preliminary work session offers a chance for feedback and community involvement. Because this is a work session, city staff have not conducted a typical review of the conceptual plans. We take a small deposit and we get this item to you quickly. The purpose of this session is to simply get feedback on whether there is support for the change in land use from residential to commercial. Analysis. The applicant is seeking the modification in order to operate with the same regulations as other commercial properties in town. Currently, due to the existing residential designation, the convenience store is considered a legal non-conforming property under Oakley's municipal code. That means that this property is kind of locked in amber. It can't expand, it can't do a lot of exterior work. It is designed to move towards a residential use one day, and so the applicant is proposing this in order to have the same rights as other commercial properties. The applicant finds that the commercial land use designation would be appropriate It would afford them the same options as other commercial properties and would enhance the property's alignment with community objectives. The city's planning documents envision a series of commercial properties lining Main Street that serve the nearby neighborhoods in this area of town. The existing convenience store land use could be interpreted as aligning with this vision, and this stretch of Main Street features multiple properties on intersection corners zoned for commercial development, similar to what the applicant is seeking. All right, for our recommendation, this is an advisory hearing only. There is no process to approve a project because of this work session. The City Council may act in an advisory role to the applicant on whether there is interest in considering an application for the requested project. If the council shows favorable interest in the preliminary application, it may advise the applicant to submit and direct staff to process a general plan amendment application. Directing staff to process a GPA would not guarantee staff support or city council approval of the project. Here I have just a helpful posting these images again of the existing and proposed. I'm able to answer any questions. I also have the applicant, Mr. Tenorio, who is able to answer questions as a representative for the owners. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have a question. So you mentioned in there that they would like to be able to have the same availability as other commercials. So I'm assuming that means that currently they would not be able to apply for like our grants or anything like that, correct? Because
That's a very good question, Mayor. I'm familiar with the impact of the non-conforming designation on their land use rights. I'm not familiar on how it impacts our grants. I'm sorry about that.
I can address that. So, I mean, the grant program is intended to help commercial businesses. Just because there is a general plan issue as presented tonight doesn't mean that we are asking the business to move or, move towards conformance. The general plan would expect that over time, but it's still a commercial business as of right now, so it would definitely be eligible for those grant monies if they applied, and what they were applying for met the, kind of the intent of the grant program.
okay, great. And then, so it's alone on the corner, right? So this picture that I'm seeing, either of the picture, there's not houses that butt up against it. It's like behind, right? Like that's the very corner basically. And then there's houses that are like across the street-ish.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry about that. Could you open that one more time? Thank you. I'll get a vicinity map going. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we have a bit of an empty section of lot directly behind it. As you can see, residences to the south, north, and west after the parkway.
Perfect. And does the applicant, do they wish to expand more commercially?
That I did not hear as part of the application. I did hear that they wanted to utilize the zoning code in some way, that they were not able to, but they haven't given me an idea of that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
So would we be able to run this general plan amendment through when we're doing some other general plan amendments so we can minimize the cost on this applicant? I asked that in this case because to me, this never should have been zoned in the general plan R6. It probably should have stayed commercial. You have the parcels to the south on both sides of Douglas Road that are commercial, and I don't understand why this hard corner wouldn't have been kept commercial.
Yeah, I don't have that background either without kind of going back and looking at our general plan files. But I think to answer your question, yes, I mean, the city could wrap that into a general plan project that we were initiating. I'm not aware of something that's like, hot, like right now that we're moving forward with immediately, but we could always work with the property owner to see if the timing worked out to where we could roll it in to lessen the cost and the burden for the property owner. Happy to explore that.
I'm supportive of the change on this these two parcels.
Vice Mayor Shaw.
It's not often we get asked to change something from residential to commercial, so when I saw this, I was shocked. I also support it. I've been there. My son goes there on a regular basis to pick up some stuff for cooking for me when he does that. So, but that's not why I support it, because of the store. But I do think that it is meant to be commercial, so I would support it as well. It's really loud. And I think that we need to make sure that, that they are non-conforming now, but that they're probably going to be a long-term tenant, so I want to support that.
Councilmember Fuller.
Yes, I first want to commend Mr. Mario. What he's done there, I've just mentioned that this area of the city has been neglected. I don't know, I guess people say not, but you only have to go there. Mr. Mario has served that community and gained their respect. They rely very much on his produce and the items they have. I've had it when running out of a recipe and eating garlic, but other things. So I'm very happy with what he's done with the community and stayed with it in his investments. So I would be, however much land he needs to be rezoned, and can do it. I'm fine with it.
Councilmember Henderson.
I do support this. I mean, that's been a commercial establishment for 50-plus years, and it definitely needs to go to commercial or stay commercial.
Yep, I'm in agreement as well, as long as we can figure out a way to make it like financially feasible, like Councilmember Meadows suggested with the general plan, wrapping it up if there's a way to do that, so that's not such a great expense, because it really should have always been commercial. So amazing. Enough direction.
That's
Perfect.
That's great direction. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 8.3, 5050 Live Oak Avenue, preliminary general plan amendment, PA 01-24, work session to discuss the merits of a potential project to amend the general planned land use designation of an approximately 1.42 acre parcel from light industrial to residential low medium. Evan Gorman, Associate Planner.
Thank you again. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to start with the vicinity map, and here we're in the northeast section of northeast of the intersection of Live Oak Avenue and Oakley Road, south of Orchard Park Elementary School. The project site, it's actually address 5050-5052 because there's two homes, Live Oak Avenue. It's a 1.42 acre property. It's designated light industrial in Oakley's general plan, and it's zoned light industrial as well. The property has two existing single-family homes, as I mentioned. They're older homes, and immediately north of the subject property lies Orchard Park Elementary School. The other adjacent lots share a similar rural character at the moment to the subject property, with most being long established. Work session request. This item is a request to discuss the merits of a potential project to amend the general plan land use designation again. This property from light industrial to residential low medium for the purposes of applying for the entitlements to subdivide the property for residential development. We provide an analysis with every application, and so here, when evaluating amendments to the general plan's land use designations, it's important to conduct a comparative review of the land uses and designations of adjacent properties. Although a significant portion of the surrounding area is designated as light industrial in the city's general plan and zoning map, the presence of nearby residential homes to the east and to the south, and an adjacent school to the north lends the actual development a distinctly residential character at this time. Given the surrounding context, the area around the northeast corner of the intersection, including the subject property, could potentially accommodate residential development, and residential development may be more appropriate given the proximity to the school, should council find that to be the case. Ultimately, the purpose of the work session tonight is to simply get feedback from the council, and the public on whether there is support for the change in land use from light industrial to residential. And then I do have to read this for the record. Thanks for your patience. This is an advisory hearing only. There is no process to approve a project because of this work session. The City Council may act in an advisory role to the applicant on whether there is interest in considering an application for the requested project. If the council shows favorable interest, it may advise the applicant to submit the application. Directing staff to process a GPA would not guarantee staff support or city council approval of the project. Here again is a visual for you. We have residential land use designations in yellow, and the school is the large blue property to the north, and then we have the property highlighted in yellow, currently blue, proposed to be
You read your speech, right? You finished it? Okay, I do have 2 public comments on this. I would like these poor gentlemen to come up to be able to speak. So, Ken Ferrante, did I do it? Okay, perfect. This one?
Got a green light.
You have a green light?
Yeah.
Okay, go, quick.
My name is Richard Ladera, and all I wanted to say, plus what he said, is when I bought my property in 1983, I went to the Board of Supervisors to change that from agriculture to light industrial, with the help of Rico Cinquini, I might add. He guided me through the whole process. Since that time, I've seen the city of Oakley pick away at the light industrial complex that we started, and this is another step in that direction. And I agree with Mr. Ferrante. I mean, you gotta have a buffer. You gotta have a buffer, it won't work right. People need a place to work. Thank you.
He is on the north side of the school, and the other speaker is on the, right across the street from the school.
3 locations, yes, right across, a few more locations across, but north.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't know quite where you fit in the whole thing. I didn't hear part of it, and then Mike. I know you had a lot to say, I'm just not quite sure what your whole relationship is with the project. Maybe you can explain that.
I am a property owner and business operator to the west of the proposed zoning change lot.
Okay, thank you.
It affects business operations if done. If it would affect developing business operations if that lot was changed. And it's not fair for the business operators, and it's not fair for the people that are trying to sleep in their bedrooms. So also, thank you.
All right. Okay, I think we can just begin discussion right now before we lose anything again. I definitely have concerns about stranding the island of light industrial around this. You know, I mean, fine, there were homes developed there, but as we've stated multiple times before, we have a jobs imbalance, and taking away light industrial, I wouldn't agree with personally. I think that's what we need here. And, you know, sticking residential out here, they're zoned they're not zoned for Oakley schools, they're zoned for Antioch schools, so I think we're also not doing the residents any favors by doing that, so I am not in support of this. Councilmember Fuller.
I had a question. If that light industrial isn't developed with the state of, with the existence of state laws, I'm curious if a person can come in and say it's vacant, you're not using it, and I'm going to give you the plan and start construction on his own, that he could even bypass, or she, or whoever the owner is. In other words, if we have industrial land that is not being used and no future there, but we're just letting it lie fallow, that my thoughts are that the state's going to come in, but maybe you or somebody in the state, or out of the state for that matter, can come in and build, but maybe you can clarify that.
Yeah, that is a good point. We did not assess how bills like 2011 would impact this, the recent state laws impacting commercial property. It is possible, if so, it would be impacted by prevailing wage or parking requirements. It would have some hurdles. And then because of this being a preliminary general plan amendment, it just didn't have the same level of review as other projects.
Your mic wasn't on. Can you say that?
I appreciate your patience. We did not do a full assessment in terms of state laws. Yep, it is a good question though.
Councilmember Henderson.
I'm not in support of changing the zoning. We have very few areas in the city zoned for this light industrial, and I don't think we need to change this area.
Councilmember Meadows.
Okay, so what if we did change it and we have the corner left? Then what happens? I mean, somebody can go and put a light industrial facility in on that 1 acre parcel?
If the land use would accommodate that, the review process would have to consider that. It's true.
So you mentioned the applicant's not here. Why aren't they here? I mean, I understand you're not the applicant.
Yeah, they did not provide me a reason. They said they would not be able to make it. Thank you, council member.
Well, that kind of tells me they're not really that interested.
It's a fair question.
So at some point previous to 2020, the parcel to the east was converted from light industrial to residential. I'm sure that two of them out there will agree with this. I mean, I didn't support it at the time. I understand there's a school there. I mean, I could understand the council's reasoning, but just because a school went in doesn't mean that we change our uses around it. You know, I mean, the school's going to have to live with being in a light industrial zone. And, you know, I think you were affected, Ken, when you put the application. You have the grinding facility, right? The yard. And you had council members that were, if you answer any questions, come up here so they can hear, please. But I believe you were affected because I happened to be at that meeting. You had a council member, and you might have got conditions that you had certain hours that you could go in and out of that facility, right?
Yes, hours were a concern, and our type of operation was a concern. So our operation works between the school hours for the most part. We're out early, back after school, that's out. So the other operations would be in conflict, and we work pretty well with that.
The council, though, wanted to restrict you. I know one of them for sure was trying to restrict your hours when you're coming and going while traffic was there.
Yes, and that is correct. So if we had left that site and somebody else came in, they would be facing restrictions. Fortunately, our operation, we knew going into it what we were faced with. So I think we're pretty symbolic, and we're a good neighbor. And hopefully.
I don't see any issues with your facility. I don't even see your trucks coming in and out of there. And I live in that area.
Yeah. To your point, I'll add one thing real quick. Is so with our operation, we are upwind. So if you look at this project, everything on the west side of Live Oak is upwind. There is a pretty good trade wind, especially in the summer. So we do focus on a very clean site, because when the wind comes through, the dust will go straight into the schoolyard. So as a good neighbor, we do focus on paving, sweeping, and maintaining that. So that's an expense, that's a choice, not a directive. So.
Thank you.
Thank
you. This is for staff. So that residential lot to the east, I mean, they've had that property map for a while. They got a crazy price on it. I think they got some factors there that make it cost prohibitive. I mean, they're in the hole. I'm assuming there's fill needed. I'm assuming. I don't know what their grading and drainage plans are, but I assume. Can that ever be converted back to light industrial?
Yes, it can use the same process.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Shaw.
Okay, so doing the math at 1.42 acres, low, medium, 3.8 to 5.5 per acre. Figured that could be potentially like 7 units. Residential's not going to be able to be restricted on when they can drive in and out of their house, like we would want to put on, some people have tried to put on commercial. I'm not a fan of changing it. I think we need to keep our light industrial. I like the idea of going back to some of those other lots, but I'm not a fan of this, so.
Councilmember Fuller.
I'm not enthused about the project, the housing project. I could live without it, but I don't believe I have enough information to make a decision on my part. I know Brentwood, they just got the state allowed a developer to come in right in one of their lots, light industrial, I think, and was it commercial? They just started building, and that's it. So unless that question was answered, I don't think I can make a decision one way or the other, because I don't want to just say, well, no, you can't build houses there, and then next thing you know, yeah, I didn't show up because I just assume you say no, and then I can do whatever I want. So I feel like I'm kind of catch-22 on it.
Okay, but I think you have the general sentiment that you can communicate back.
Thank you.
Amazing. All right. Let's go back to 8.1. Sorry. Hopefully you remember where you were.
All right, I think we are on slide 10. All right, so we were just wrapping up talking about the 10-year plan. And in that final year of the 10-year plan, we do expenditures exceed our revenues by $240,000. And much of that is due to the addition of that $500,000 in 2028. And we do anticipate that to continue to grow. Just to give you a few things on what we included in the 10-year plan, revenue includes a 4% increase. Except for in property tax in years 27, 28, and 29, we now do have a 5-year plan from our consultant, and their estimate is between 6 and 6.5% in those 3 years. We have included 5.5 in the 5-year plan on those years, and 4% for all other years. It includes a 3% salary increase for the next 3 years until our MOU and benefits expire. And then it increases to 4%. That 4% would encompass not just a cost of living increase, but also the increases to retirement and medical. And then it includes a 4% increase in all operating expenditures. It also includes a 4% increase to the contribution towards streets. That continues. It started at $2 million, and that's continued to increase at 4% each year on the 10-year plan. Moving on to just some upcoming changes or updates to look for as we continue our processes in budget and audit. In fiscal year 2024, Fleet became an internal service fund. We're proposing in 2025 IT to become an internal service fund, and our hope is at some point in 2025 or in 2026 we can do the same with facilities. And just to give a little bit of information on why an internal service fund and kind of what that does for us is it allows us to spread expenditures that have large replacement or large kind of ebbs and flows over multiple fiscal years. So all of these are funded by the general fund. We will put this in its own fund, but it is still being funded by the general fund. It's built into the department budgets is what we do. And so I think the best way to look at this is if you look at fleet. Some years we might need 2 vehicles, other years we might need 10 vehicles. And in the years we need 10 vehicles, we may not have $1 million to buy those 10 vehicles. And so what we do is we put them in an internal service fund that has a replacement plan attached to it, and we try and anticipate what those costs will be over a long period, and we collect those costs year over year so that when that year comes that we need those 10 vehicles, we have fund balance available. So it's almost like I think of it like if it was your personal money, it's putting money in a savings account, planning for things that you know are going to come. They might not be here this year, but you know it's coming next year and maybe the year after. And so we want to do the same with IT. IT has large replacement costs. And we want to do the same with facilities. We don't plan currently for maintenance in our facilities, and as the buildings continue to age, the maintenance continues to increase. And so being able to plan for those and spread those out and not have those large spikes of expenditures in years where we need them is the intent of internal service funds. So that's our plan there. And then also upcoming changes for police services. Police services, we collect money. We call it P6. It's our police service assessment fee. We collect it. It's collected through property tax. And we put it into a fund called the Police Services Fund. By numbers, it's Fund 150. And then we take everything that's collected there and we transfer it into general fund every year as revenue. And that's what you see in that interfund charges, that big number that you see in general fund. And so the plan will be to actually go the opposite way. Police services and P6 is a special revenue, and we want to be as transparent as we can be with our citizens and say, here's everything we're collecting for police services, and here's everything we're spending on police services. And in order to do that, it's much cleaner and easier for everybody to see it in a single place instead of seeing transfers of money go back and forth. So the intent would be that we create our police service fund, and we actually move our expenditures that we would typically budget in the general fund for police services, and we would budget those over in police services. The idea is at one point, those numbers become similar, right? Revenue and expenditures become similar as we continue to grow our city and collect P6. When those numbers become similar, this becomes even more important because we would never want to transfer more revenue than we actually expended, and we need to show that we're keeping that revenue for police services only. And so in lieu of transferring revenue, we transfer expenses. This is an if that we will need for quite some time, I'm sure in the near future at least, we would then transfer general fund over to P6 to cover the difference in expenditures and revenue that currently exists. If we did this year, the transfer would have been $9 million over into the P6 fund to cover the expenditures that were necessary. So when we do this, you'll see interfund revenues decrease. So general fund revenues are going to look like they have a really large decrease. General fund expenditures are going to look like they have a really large increase. And so we just wanted to kind of put this out there that this is kind of in the works in the plan. It won't happen in fiscal year 25. We needed to get software converted the way it looks right now into the new software. And then in fiscal year 26, our goal will be to try and make this happen so that we can see that a little more cleanly. And it also helps just show what general fund is contributing specifically to police services and what P6 is contributing to those services. So that concludes my presentation tonight. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. And just as a reminder, typically during the budget study session, we would also discuss CIP, but we will be discussing that at next Tuesday's meeting. So we don't have CIP in front of you tonight.
All right, Councilmember Fuller.
Well, you answered one question already, that you'll have CIP numbers in there. If you create a public service fund, how are you going to keep it from an outside attack? For maybe the example that I'm thinking is George Floyd. When that went down in Minneapolis, it was all defund of the police, and they were really considering doing that. At that point, the police are within the general budget. But if you put it, when I'm asking, how are you going to protect it if you have a police service fund? I don't think anybody here, but we never know who's going to be there. If you have a police service fund, they start saying defund the police, cut 20% out of the police service fund and leave the general fund alone. Then what are you going to do? Because you've opened it up to attack.
So the fund that it sits in doesn't really allow us to allocate or deallocate money. Deallocate, that's not even a word. money from the fund. So if there was council consensus that we wanted to cut 20% from the police budget, that could happen whether it was in general fund or in the police service fund. The P6 money is still the P6 money. It's just sitting in a different place.
Okay, I like being transparent. We put the police budget in there and it's all in the general fund. But if, God forbid, we have something like George Floyd or whatever, I can just imagine what the headlines are going to say. You know, especially when it can just point right there, that amount of money's got to go. When they look at the budget, well, I don't know. And that's actually what I've seen with George Floyd and funding. They found out, yeah, we're unfunding, but you know what, maybe that isn't such a good idea because the crime started going and they weren't getting police service, so they started looking at the others. But that's just my thought. And I am skeptical of stockpiling. Will come back. How do you ensure that somebody's paying taxes now is going to get used to that tax now rather than having it, but you're going to move it 10 years from now when we put it to use?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
Well,
first part
all
of
right,
that.
I pay $1,000 for taxes, okay? I expect services. I expect full services. I expect everything there. But you say, well, no, we're not going to give you all the value of your money. We're going to take $200 of it and put it, we'll spend it 10 years from now. And I'm looking, well, great. I've just spent $1,000 for services, and I'm only going to get $800 worth of service out of it, if you follow it. In other words,
Which fund are we talking about?
well, you're talking about the IT service fund. You said,
The internal, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that part.
right. In other words, the IT service fund, as I'm looking at it, you're stockpiling money, right, for future expenditures. It's great in the household, and I understand the reason for it, and I'm not so sure it isn't a good idea, but I am concerned that as you do it, you're taking money away. That was a big thing in school districts. They said, well, let's bank the money, let's bank the money. Well, yeah, I'm sending Johnny to school, and I'm paying $1,000 in taxes, but I'm only going to get $700 worth of service now. The other $300 are going to be for somebody else's kid 10 years from now. So, and why do we use the incremental method, the historic method of past budgets?
I use historical when I don't have good information going forward, right? If we have good information that says, hey, we know that we're going to see some increases to, let's say, property tax, right? We have a consultant that can give us some kind of range of what we should expect. On expenditures, if we know the expenditure's coming, we're going to plan for what we know is coming. I use historical when we don't know. When we don't really have a clue of what's happening, we use historical data to try and determine, hey, what has happened in the past, and then make good decisions about how we plan for the future. So it's not necessarily that we use the exact historical data, we just use that as a tool to help us prepare for the future.
Right. I've always known that as an incremental budget. In other words, you just pull out your numbers and how much 5% more. But the one thing I think is a disadvantage, and maybe you can explain it, it has a way of limiting systemic creativity. In other words, your budget comes out, you're all working, everything go 5% this increment, the 5% this increment. Then you say, okay, the budget's going and everything, and then you have this idea, well, maybe we ought to try this. And now your budget's all tied up, finished.
Yeah, so please don't misunderstand when I use the word, we use historical data, that we just look at a 1% and say we're using this percentage and that's it. When we're actually preparing our budgets, we're preparing current year budget with information that is current for us. We're using historical data as a guideline, but we are not tied, nor do we tie departments to a specific percentage of you can't increase more than X amount. They present to us what they feel they need in order to do the job. and provide the services that we need to provide to the citizens of Oakley. So in that sense, we're not necessarily tied to one specific percentage, but I do use it as a guideline when I'm trying to plan for 10 years from now. On the 10-year plan, I do try and use that as what's happened in the past and where do we think it's going to go in the future, so we can make good decisions in that 10 years, because budgeting for a 10-year plan is really difficult, as you could all imagine. We don't have that crystal ball. I wish we did. But in the current year, we very much do our homework, and we try and contact vendors well in advance if contracts are increasing, if we expect a large expense for the year or something that we haven't had in the past. Those are all in the budget, and they're not tied to a specific percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Meadows?
Do we really think our sales tax is going to increase 3%? I'm assuming that came from HDL.
It did.
Where do they think that 3% is going to come from? Fuel?
Fuel is up significantly. Now, correct. I don't have specifics on exactly where they planned the 3%, but their estimate was a little bit more than 3%, and we stuck to it's like 3.2.
I know I've questioned in the past, and I've been, I guess, wrong, thankfully wrong, but it seems like it kind of went flat, and all of a sudden we're going to spike up, hopefully. Going to the internal services funds. I'm assuming that's pretty common across government agencies.
It is.
I mean, because, okay, I thought so. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
And another term for an internal services, that's where you're going to basically do your capital equipment replacement and all that. You're building all that into one fund, where if you looked at other agencies' budgets or something, you might see those separate. But by doing it in the internal fund, you're able to move it across the board of the different replacement areas that you're looking, correct?
Correct. So that's exactly what it is. It's to do capital replacements. So it is us trying to, we build kind of a plan, right, of not just randomly in general fund, hey, we think we might need this. We build a plan of like, here's all of our vehicles, and here's when we think they'll need to be replaced based off of mileage and age and all of those things that come with it.
You build a life.
We try and go the life cycle of
each
correct.
patrol car or pickup. Or
Correct. And then we try and calculate from there when will that replacement be needed, and what will that replacement cost be, right? Because if it's needed in 3 years and not this year, that cost might not be $100,000, it might be $150,000. And so we're trying to plan for those so that we have the funds that we need, and we're not, especially with vehicles, in the place we are now, where every year, right, we're fighting for those few vehicles to get in the budget.
And I know you talked about assessed valuation and the consultant saying 6%. You guys use 5.5%, if I think I heard that right. As you projected out into the 10 years, did you reduce down, or did you carry?
So the 5.5 is only for 3 years. Our consultants give us a 5-year plan. So it's 4% for this current 25 and 4% for 26. 27, 28, and 29 is 5.5. And the consultants' estimates are between 6 and 6.5 during those years. And then we go back down to 4 for the rest of the years.
And hopefully we can get lucky.
Which
like
is
we did
extremely
last year,
conservative. Yes.
Exactly.
I'm sorry,
Thank
I
you.
didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, I think before I call on you, Vice Mayor Shaw, we're definitely not going to finish this, plus the review in 7 minutes, so we need to take a vote.
Need a motion?
I do need a motion.
Move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, passes 5-0. Thank you. Now you may go, Vice Mayor Shaw.
So talking of the internal accounts, it's so loud. It's kind of like a giant impound account. You know, you have these expenses that are gonna come up, you save a little bit for, obviously that's monthly, for these things that are gonna come up in a year. At my job, we call it a reserve for replacement account. We do a capital needs assessment, do a 10-year plan, try to get an idea of when things go. So I like the idea of it. I'm super supportive of going that route, because there are some years that we may need to do a big replacement, and asking us to come up with those funds in that year without having planning for it is just not going to work out. So,
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question regarding the internal service funds. So we have this shortage that's going to projected by fiscal year 33, right? We'll be short by 240K. So that's not a way to avoid that, right? This was built into, and still we'll have the shortage of 240K, right? Like changing these internal funds.
The expenditures are built into the department budgets, which then escalate by whatever we have put in, which is the 4% in operating budgets. So potentially if we reduced what was moved to the internal service funds year over year, which means we wouldn't be able to replace equipment, IT equipment, vehicles, that does change the outlook of the 10-year plan. But this is included in that 10-year projection.
Okay, and then because this is all general fund money, it could be reassessed. So if we found like, oh wow, we didn't need to replace that, it could just be moved to where other holes were or whatever.
If we found we had an internal service fund that was accumulating large fund balances and not being spent, we would bring that to council to reassess where it should go.
Okay, great. And so similar question about the stormwater fund. So that's all coming from general fund. So we could decide to increase it or decrease based on what's happening and what we need.
Correct.
Okay, amazing. Those are all my questions. It's just a work session, as a reminder, so there's no vote needed, but do we have a general consensus about how we feel about the budget so that we can provide direction to staff? Okay, we have a thumbs up over there, thumbs up over there.
If I may, everybody's been saying the budget reflects the council. I really would like to see an increase in ADA funds to catch up. When I look at it, significant improvement. So the council can say they're really behind ADA.
I can't hear you.
I said I really would like the ADA not to be marginalized, but be properly financed in a respectable manner so that the council can say they're really behind persons that are disabled and want to ensure that protect their civil rights under the American with Disabilities Act.
Great, thank you. All right. Okay, we now are moving on to item 9, the closed session. We have a public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54954-5E for our city manager. Thank you all for joining and hanging in with us. The next regular meeting will be held Tuesday, May 28th, 2024, beginning at 6:30 p.m. in the Oakley City Council chambers. The community is invited to attend. We will not be coming back after public session, so you are free to leave.